and gentlemen. We are here today. Look at us. We got two shirts on. We got the Loose Video shirt on. We've had a hell of a 24 hours. Let me tell you right now. Some people are like, hey, Chaz, you were wearing that shirt at Lincoln last night. Did you son of a bitches see where that ended up going? We strapped a damn Bill Baylog wing on a car. Drove by police officers. And I ended up at a house. And that was see, y'all people think, well, we got to get into it now. Y'all people think and let me say this, I am very authentic on camera. Let me tell you. But when the camera, y'all see how crunk I am when the camera's on, right? Y'all see, we don't hold back when the camera's on. But when the camera goes off, buddy, when the camera goes off, let me just tell you right now. Y'all people out there, y'all hating on these old, thicker, a little older in age ladies with some a busty chest. The Chaz does not, and the camera is off for that. You know what I'm saying? We make some phone calls. Hey, they running. So I'm just saying, the older, thicker, bustier chicks, if y'all want some of the Chaz's line is open. I'm just saying. No, I'm just playing. The camera will be off. But this is, I would like to say I'm drinking Busch lattes. We're not drinking Busch lattes today, ladies and gentlemen. We're drinking straight fucking Busch. Oh, I said the F word. Because the things that are happening today, the things that are occurring in the racing world right now, and I didn't even see it coming. I've talked about the Illuminati. I've talked about the dirt track mafia. I've tried to let you people know. And a very interesting thing that happened actually over the last week or so. I've had these conversations even last night here after I got back with the Bill Baylog wing. We just played some iRacing, but there were some people in the iRacing on a private Discord. And we may be having some future iRacing on the Chaz's channel with some people. So y'all stay tuned for that. If you like iRacing, okay, tune in. If you don't, then don't. The Chaz may have to walk in there and whoop your ass too, although I don't play it really. But anytime I get on there, I whoop some ass. Ask Kyle Larson. He knows. He says the Chaz is a great race car driver. But anyway, see, he knows, but y'all don't. We're in this. We're in it. But anyway, I was talking to this guy. He's from the South, down there from the South. Not Atlanta, not Georgia, but from the deep South. Mike Jones, 281-330-8004. Do you white people know what I'm talking about? And if you don't, then I'm not talking to you. But we talked to somebody from the deep South. He's like, Chaz, yeah, I had somebody ask me the other day, where is Chaz at? And they were like, he's in Australia or somewhere, and somehow I'm talking to you. And I was like, yeah, man, I just been calling this shit out, all these years, And he's like, yeah, man, we're really proud of you. We respect you. You represent the South. You're doing so great for people from down here. We look up to what you're doing. And I was like, man, basically all I do is get on here and just call out the politics. He's like, yeah, you do that. And I'll go, so why don't you call in? Or we were talking for a minute, and then at the end I was like, well, call in and talk with me about it. Call in and talk with me about all these politics that you just, explained is real. And this is how that topic got brought up. We started talking about the politics and how he's getting shafted in certain areas in the politics of the domain down there, which is, nobody cares down there. There's not a lot of fans, so you can't make differences. You can't introduce advocacy, which that's the biggest thing right now in motorsports that is missing. We have allowed the big banks and the big corporation of the scenario, this miniature politics. I could go on a damn tangent about the miniature politics. I love how some of these people are so right-wing in their areas of the dirt racing world, like publicly, like in World politics, they're extremely right, but when they have the power and control in this little sector, they are extremely left. By the way, I want to give a big shout out to Williams Grove Speedway for approving the Chaz's media credentials almost like that. Can't say we had the same luck with Lincoln and Port Royal. Although back to the streaming industry, which that may be a topic here tonight. Please stay tuned. We are just a little divergent, but regardless, the topic came up because I was telling the guy, I was like, I'm just sitting here saying what everybody's in the business. He brought up the business. He's like, man, you're talking about the business. I'm like, yeah, I am. I was like, why do you think I'm running around the damn country and all this stuff and not getting paid? This is a war underground. For y'all people who don't know it, y'all think I get on here and run in my talking head like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? But I get on here and say some real fucking shit. Some shit that people are scared to even fucking say. Because they know if they say it, they're going to lose what? That money. See, and this is why I go back to the money is the whip. It keeps all these boys in line. But that's why a lot of upper echelon people in this motorsport watch the Chaz. I'm worried about the lions. I ain't worried about the sheep. That's for that other channel. I'm worried about the people that matter. The ones putting in the work. And getting fucked over by the politics of the industry. Okay, so when I get on here, some of you sheep get confused. You start bashing me. You start getting upset at something because you're on the crowd side of the situation. You ain't on the stage. Whether that's the stage of announcing, pit reporting, racing, crewing, track promoting. Y'all ain't on the stage. You're over there on the other side of the fence. And there's a lot more of y'all than us over here. That's why the numbers can be big in other places. But I ain't dropped my morals because I know there's people just like that who are scared to fucking death to put a face onto what is going the fuck on in this industry. And I've been pushed around and bullied, especially in the financial sector, especially in that sector. This is why it's so funny back to these people are so extreme right, supporting DeSantis and all this stuff and on the right side of the situation. But when it comes down to their little world that they control, they act like the far left. They act like the dictator. They act like the fascist that they hate so much publicly. And this is where we get back to the biggest issue in the world, and that's called hypocrisy. Now back to the financial sector. In a war, you restrict resources. And you threaten to restrict resources if somebody steps out of line. That's why I get on here and say what I say, and am restricted in resources with Stone Cold behind me here. And those people who want to say what I say, stay quiet. And they don't speak up, and they don't talk, and they fall in line because they know if they step out of that fascist circle, they will be punished with that whip, that money. It's very disgusting. And this is why I get so mad. I could get mad at, the meritocracy of the sport and blah, blah, blah. But there's people who enable it. There are people who enable it. Now, I do it in the most legal way you can. By sitting here and making a joke out of it. Obviously, every one of my episodes is marked as comedy, so don't believe anything I'm saying right now. Take this as Cat Williams talking right now. I'm full of fucking shit. I'm just a comedian. Everything I'm saying, take it with a grain of motherfucking salt. Because that's all it is. It ain't real. It's just a joke. Just like some people call me. But I would say the joke's actually on you. I was about to say P. Diddy, but we can't get that kind of proof. We don't have the media coverage in this industry like they do. Oh, I'm sure we got some P. Diddies. Oh, I'm sure we do. But anyways, let's get to the topic at hand. Has everybody arrived into the building? Do we need to check the chat already? Here? Stone Cold is a legend. Why do you have a half-naked man behind you, Chaz? That is Stone Cold, and if he's half-naked, that's fine. Who is this 33? Mike Waller or something like that? Yeah. Mike Waller. Yeah, some Mike Waller. Who signed this? Mike Walters. Sorry, I said Wallers. Stop yelling, Jay Sum said. Well, Jay Sum, you some. You know, I don't give a damn. We are in PA. We are not in Iowa. Let's go. Oh, God, they're here. They're here. All right, Buddy is how far back? Buddy's about this far back, bitch. My ninja. Now, let's get to the topic at hand. Let's get to the topic at hand. Obviously, the video's titled Dirt Track Mafia. Why would we say this? Well, back to the descriptions I just said. Back to the explanation I just gave you. Although, you know, legally, in the regular world, it's called war and fascism and stuff like this and cutting resources off. And all. But in this little world that we have called dirt track racing, it's kind of underground, kind of like that mafia. You speak up, you say something, cut this resource, cut that resource. It's business, although the mafia has progressed. The real mafia has progressed into the Northrop Grummons of the world, in my opinion. That's where they're at. They outsmarted the government, in my opinion. But anyways, we had a post come out today. I wasn't ready for this. I didn't see it coming. Blindsided. It was High Limit Racing canceling the Fonda Speedway event. And one of the first comments in there was this because of the Chaz and his discussion the other week. Now, we have a few bushes in us, so if we burp a little bit, it's because this is raw, this is real. This ain't no bullshit. This ain't no teleprompter on the screen. This is the soul and the spirit speaking to you. And I don't want to hear no black sheep shit. I don't consider myself a black sheep. You know what a black sheep is, motherfucker? A sheep. Shouldn't be proud of being one of those. But anyway, we're going to try to elevate you tonight. So my video, I was talking about the Riverside situation. I was saying, you know, Williams Grove and Port Royal, these big half-mile high-speed tracks, they don't even have fences in the corner. So why are we getting so upset at Riverside if their fence acts like it's not even there? Even though it's a visual representation. But guy flips out of the park at Williams Grove or Port Royal where there's no fence, and 3 and 4, I believe, at Port Royal, and no fence at Williams Grove on either side. You know, we don't even care about that. So why are we caring if a guy flips out of the park at Riverside at 85, 90 miles an hour? You know, why is that a big deal? And I was bringing up, you know, I believe I was bringing up an upcoming race in High Limit. I said, if y'all worried about safety, have y'all not given like 2 or 3 thoughts to Fonda? Have y'all not seen this track? Like, there's a documentary on YouTube about the dark history of Fonda. Go look it up. It's kind of creepy, and it's not creepy in today's sense. It's a historical kind of documentation. Apparently, Richard Petty, Bobby Allison. Fonda's a very historical racetrack. We do give a pass to historical racetracks, it seems. Once again, Williams Grove to Riverside, although I believe Riverside is older than Williams Grove. But regardless, I still appreciate Williams Grove. I'm just saying, thank you for approving the credentials. Maybe if they're denied tomorrow, then hey, the truth may set you free, and it won't be for free credentials. That's fine. But I'm just saying, Williams Grove don't have a fence. Port Royal don't have a fence in 3 and 4. These big high-speed tracks don't even have fences. Why are we caring if a little quarter mile, you know, and their fence doesn't hold a car? Why are we caring? If they fly out of the park at Rivers, I'm just saying I deem it a little more safe for a car to fly out of the park at Riverside than Williams Grove or Port Royal. I'm just saying. That's what it seems like to me, at least. Anyways. So I was pointing out Fonda for safety issues that had to do with and this is what I was saying, kinks in the wall throughout the racetrack. So I don't know who's seen, you know, racing at Fonda. Of course, I raced one of these big block style modifieds in New York. They're very fun race cars to drive. I feel like I overperformed the equipment. I was coming off of almost winning my 3rd race ever in my life. Then I went up there in New York and raced Sportsman Modified Outlaw, Land of Legends. Great people over there with Andrew Smith. Some situations came up. I didn't want to be in it anymore. We went to Kyle Larson deal. That was the whole me and Larson in victory lane, and it broke the internet in 2020 and all this stuff. But anyways, this is Fonda. And this is Dirt Track Digest footage. Now, what was concerning me was in this frame, you can see right here, you see this opening in 3 and 4. And this is what I was pointing out. This is what I said in my video, referencing the commenter. I saw this opening in 3 and 4 where the wall just is wide open. There's really luckily for these 3 gentlemen, nobody made contact right here, and they weren't going about 30 or 40 miles an hour faster. But I just think of Greg Hodnett at Baps into 1 and 2. I think of a lot of scenarios, people who have lost their lives in sprint cars. It is, as much as you people are fans of late models and big block modifieds, the 410 sprint car is just the fastest fucking thing on dirt, potentially the world, okay? So impacts are harder. Impacts are what kills people, hurts people, paralyzes people. That seems to be the bigger threat in today's world. So I saw this, I was like, oh my God. And then they go down here into 1 and 2, and there's another kink in the wall. Just a little bit of a kink. See, look at these kinks. This is what I was noticing. You see this kink off into 1 and 2. You see how it peels out right there on this fence that if you go watch that Fonda, Dark Side or whatever video, they talk about why this big fence that's up is even up, because people apparently were trying to watch races for free. So they put that up there so people couldn't see the races on the track because there's a street back there. But I noticed that kink in the wall, and I'm like, wait, somebody gets clipped, somebody throws a dirty slider into 1 and 2, hits the left front, guy pirouettes or slaps outward. That's a bad situation. And then you look even further up the track, you have another scenario right there at the top of the racing facility. There's a kink in the wall at the top of the screen. You can see it right above the light where all the mosquitoes or whatever gigantic flies they got over there are. And then there's even another one. There's an opening in the wall right there where the wall closes out off of turn number 2. Say somebody's trying to get a run off of 2, slides up the track, clips the front end. We're running 140. We're not running 100. No disrespect for the modified crowd. Enjoy your drivers. Enjoy everything. We're going to be talking about y'all tonight. Oh, we're going to be talking about y'all tonight. Oh. So these are the concerns I was having. Now, you can even go to the overhead shot of Fonda here, which this is what we got here. And you could see these kinks in the racetrack that I'm talking about. I mean, there's a little kink right there. I don't know if you could see what I'm talking about. That kink right there. And the racing groove, you could see is kind of like smooth there. This wall kinks out. This one is a lot more distinctful. And there's that street that I was talking about. That's why they have that fence up there. And then that opening I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, when you see that opening, there is I don't know how far we are right here from, let's see. It says 20 feet. So an inch is 20 feet. So you're about 40 feet from taking a swim. Now, I'm sorry. This isn't big block modifieds. I'm sorry. What we're talking about racing at this. Look at the shape of this track, by the way. Look at the shape of this track. And this is a big track. This ain't no small track. Look at the kink off of 4 here. Look at how sharp that is. This is stuff, when you're booking events, you think you would. Obviously, there's the opening in the 3 and 4. That could go wrong very well. This is how if I was an insurance agent, which I have wrote up insurance quotas for roofing companies and stuff, so I've had to deal with this. Oh, Chaz knows business. Oh, surprise. For you who are in the stands, you're so surprised. The people behind the scenes are like, oh, yeah, you know what you're talking about. But anyway, there's the kink over there as well. So these were my concerns. I had no concerns anywhere else. This is what I was talking about on my show. Kink in the wall there. Kink in the wall there. It looks a little less abrasive than I originally assumed. Opening in the wall there. Opening in the wall there. And we could go down and break a lot of tracks down. Somebody wants me to trash Tri-City right now and think that the Saturday night high limit race is just ridiculous. And then you do have look, back to possibilities. And I say this about racing safety. I say all the time, as safe as y'all want to make this racing thing, there's still things at NASCAR facilities that if something happens in the right certain fucking way, somebody could get hurt. Somebody could get injured. Somebody could be killed. Even in NASCAR today, the most safest thing, they built a vehicle that sucks. They did it for safety, just like they did safer barriers for safety, although it's $800 per rolling foot. Back to the business aspect of the situation. Y'all keep buying y'all's, extinguishers for your car. But regardless, you got to look at these things like, if something happens here, this could be really bad. Now, you run 140, somebody, gets a little aggressive right here. They give you a little right rear. You shoot up the track, you're used to hitting the wall or something going off the top of the track. Nope. You take a swim. So these are the things I was describing about Fonda originally. These were my safety concerns that made this person come over here and make this comment about me. Is this because of the Chaz and his discussions? This fan, obviously watches the Chaz, and he thinks, I guess, that High Limit Racing watches the Chaz. So I shared this today. I said fans seem to be speculating that I helped cancel the High Limit Fonda Speedway date. Look, it is a crazy track based on what I just described. Go check it out. I'm not sure if they watched my show or not, or watched my show and looked at it, or looked into it, or already had. But it has some very cautious areas, the ones I just pointed out to you. So, comments coming in here. Dude, Brad Sweet and Larson made you technical racetrack inspector. Damn, bro, congrats on the new job. I mean, did I just audition? I'm just kidding. But Dwayne Keith comes down here and says, Chaz, you caused this. Of course, Dwayne Keith, African-American announcer of the Southern All-Star Series. Let's get back to the politics. And that's why I put a little laughing face with Obama, because I hear people saying the left can't get over Donald Trump winning in 2016 or the rigged election in 2020. But, I mean, y'all are still blaming Obama for shit, and how long ago was that? That's why he's laughing right there. Anyways, don't be a sucker, John Evers says. But we get down here, and we do have a valid comment, or a important comment, from Brett Deo. Brett Deo, promoter of the racetrack. He says, I promote the track. You are not to blame. We spent a ton on new clay and have been blasted with wet weather. The track will not dry out. I contacted Brad with my concerns, and we are disappointed. Joe says, I just hope if we get them next year, we get 2 races at Fonda. It's nice when you go 45 minutes from home for a 410 sprint car race. So, obviously, new clay is being blamed here, being touted here. Obviously, we've been blasted with wet weather, has been a concern. Obviously, a lot of people facing wet weather. I'm very concerned about the Williams Grove date. Once again, thank you, Williams Grove, for approving my credentials in 2024. But, he's saying blasted with wet weather. So after I saw this, I was like, okay, cool. I'm off the hook. Nobody's blaming my ass, my videos where I was describing all this shit, pointing this stuff out, trying to be a good Samaritan or a good freedom fighter. I'm not to blame. But then, ladies and gentlemen, I received a message from somebody. And I don't really know how to play this, but this was a person who messaged me from the New York area and had something to say about this scenario on wet weather and things of the sorts. Now let's hear what this is back to the dirt track, but I wanted this person to call in. But he was afraid. He was scared. Just like all these fucking pansy-ass bitches getting whipped by the dollar, by the mafia, by all of it. They are scared to speak out. They are afraid. And the system uses me as an example. Oh, you want to be a broke fucking bum like Chaz? Go tell the truth. Look where it's got him. Anyway, here's what the man... We had to hide his voice to even play this because he is afraid. He is scared of what could happen. Here it is.
I saw your comment and I'm like, why would people blame this poor guy? Like, I know this track from what I've dealt with him in the past. And he's not a straightforward person. He's not a straight shooter. He will constantly throw shade, and he never, ever accepts accountability or responsibility. If he would have just said, hey, we made a mistake, we thought this clay was good, and it's not. We apologize for the track surface, we apologize to the fans, we apologize to the drivers, this is not what we want here at Fonda, and we're going to make it right. He would have saved a lot of face. But he continues to peddle this story about how, oh, the weather's been bad. The truth is, he had somebody working on the racetrack down here who doesn't have any clue about working on racetracks. Just because he moves a little dirt around to pave driveways doesn't qualify him to be a track promoter. You know what I mean? Like, that's like saying because I ate cheeseburgers my whole life, I should be a fucking corporate chef at McDonald's. I saw your comment.
So this person is referencing, this is what the fans are saying. I went back to this original comment of Josh Cullum, and I told him the track's crazy and all that. Fans are coming in here and saying it's not wet weather. This new, and it's new clay, but this new clay has brought this dirt along with it. And this dirt and clay has came with gigantic rocks that have caused damage on race cars, as you can see here. Apparently, somebody said a fan, potentially, not going to say this for a fact, a fan was injured in this scenario. But apparently this is the reason. Not wet weather, not nothing like that. Maybe they're saying it's wet weather because they can't get the rocks out. But this guy who has inside information or is afraid, once again, to say what he thinks, we'll play it once again. He is referencing this and trying to, assume, I guess, that Brett Deyo is lacking self-accountability. We'll play it one more time.
I saw your comment, and I'm like, why would people blame this poor guy? But I know this track promoter. I've dealt with him in the past. And he's not a straightforward person. He's not a straight shooter. He will constantly throw shade, and he never, ever accepts accountability or responsibility. If he would have just said, hey, we made a mistake, we thought this clay was good, and it's not. We apologize for the track surface, we apologize to the fans, we apologize to the drivers, this is not what we want here at Fonda, and we're going to make it right. He would have saved a lot of face. But he continues to peddle this story about how, oh, the weather's been bad. The truth is, he had somebody working on the racetrack down here who doesn't have any clue about working on racetracks. Just because he moves a little dirt around to pave driveways doesn't qualify him to be a track promoter. You know what I mean? Like, that's like saying because I ate cheeseburgers my whole life, I should be a fucking corporate chef at McDonald's.
One more time. Let's hear it one more time so y'all can understand. This guy is saying, it sounds like, that they are shy, or maybe nobody likes to admit when they're wrong. Nobody likes to admit when their track is not great. I think Todd got mad at me because I was somewhat having private conversations about a certain track in South Dakota, rubbering up too fast, not slicking and widening out and having good racing, kind of being a half-mile, quarter-mile facility as far as racing events. And I think that, there's, once again, the egos of the sport are on the line here. So maybe even somebody like this guy saying Brett Deyo is afraid to admit that the clay and the person who brought, according to this guy, this anonymous source that we're having to keep anonymous because of the fear that these powerful people in this sport have. Because of that fear and the control and the manipulation, this guy basically, this was the only way I could play this audio. He is saying, because he's worried about the repercussions, I had to mix his voice up. He is saying that Brett Deyo potentially was scared to admit that they made a mistake in placing blame on a person for the reasons that High Limit is canceled. Let's play it one more time.
I saw your comment, and I'm like, why would people blame this poor guy? But I know this track promoter. I've dealt with him in the past. And he's not a straightforward person. He's not a straight shooter. He will constantly throw shade, and he never, ever accepts accountability or responsibility. If he would have just said, hey, we made a mistake, we thought this clay was good, and it's not. We apologize for the track surface. We apologize to the fans. We apologize to the drivers. This is not what we want here at Fonda, and we're going to make it right. He would have saved a lot of face. But he continues to peddle this story about how all the weather's been bad. The truth is, he had somebody working on the racetrack down here who doesn't have any clue about working on racetracks. Just because he moves a little dirt around to pave driveways doesn't qualify him to be a track promoter. You know what I mean? Like, that's like saying because I ate cheeseburgers my whole life, I should be a fucking corporate chef at McDonald's.
Now, funny enough, this whole, I don't got much of a spiel on Brett Dale. I have nothing against the guy. This is like, I didn't want to sit here, take what this guy told me and come on here and say, hey, Brett, we're hearing this. This is what people are saying and blah, blah, blah. I don't have nothing against Brett Dale. I've talked to Tim McCready. Tim McCready and me have a relatively decent relationship. Even every time I see Tim McCready shaking hands, we're smiling, we're having a great time. He speaks very highly of Brett Dale. I believe in Tim McCready when he judges a character. I think he's one of the best characters that super late model racing has. I don't know what's happening with the rocket machine, but regardless, a very interesting scenario. So this guy, there's a continued conversation. I wish he would have called in, but he was afraid. This guy's afraid to call in. Apparently he has all this opinions and all this stuff, but he can't say it because he's afraid. So the funny thing about this Brett Dale situation, and it does somewhat align with the Highland, and this is why, and everybody can keep, it's not a streaming war, everybody's playing favorite. So Short Track Super Series, for those who don't know it, Brett Dale is kind of one of the head leaders of that whole situation. And it has slowly became, over the last 5 years, good or bad, and according to Tim McCready, good, and I'm going to believe him. It has came along, and basically, 5 years ago, if you want to consider a test run for what High Limit is doing to the World of Outlaws right now, for those who don't know it, there's a big block modified series in New York called the Super Dirt Series. They've been around forever. They are the king. They are the World of Outlaw sprint car series of big block modified racing. And just so happens, the World Racing Group owns them. Just so happens their racing series is broadcasted on Dirt Vision. And just so happens the Short Track Super Series came along with a wild gun, or a smart guy, according to McCready, I believe him, and started a rival series to go up against the Super Dirt Car Series. Now, what does that sound like? Now, this guy goes into some deep shit about Brett Dale and this and that. It was just something new. That's why people jumped on, and it was, but just so happens Short Track Super Series was supported by the Wolf. The Wolf of the Room. Flow Racing was behind the Short Track Super Series. Obviously has some other conglomerates that are helping as well, but that's how they subcontract. This is the business world, after all. Now, when I said the Wolf, everybody, was making jokes in the offseason. High limits like Live Golf. High limits like Live Golf. Of course, Live Golf came out trying to go up against the PGA Tour, this long-standing organization that had ran golf for so long. Live Golf, they spell it L-I-V. They don't spell it Live, L-I-V-E. They spell it L-I-V. Just like Flow happened to come along and support, and this is where David Gravel and the Exalta machine is going to be very interested. Just so happens Flow came along and supported Short Track Super Series. Just so happens Flow came along and supported High Limit. Flow. Not F-L-O-W, but F-L-O. Okay? So, when you get into the Murder Red Rum situation, which some of y'all don't want to, although it's very important, what is live, L-I-V-E, backwards? I believe it spells evil. Isn't L-I-V-E, E-V-I-L? And then flow, F-L-O, how you say it, F-L-O, speech is very important, F-L-O-W, not how they spell it, but how you say it. Back to listening and hearing. F-L-O-W. What is that backwards? WOLF. Correct? The wolf of the scenario. So back when the wolf comes a crawling, they just so happen to support STSS. Back when the wolf comes a crawling, they just so happen to support High Limit. Which, back to the streaming bullshit that everybody, we're just competitive banter. Everybody wants to say this shit on camera when they're on their fake ass face on camera in their interviews and all this shit. They want to fake it. They're all just buddies. Well, I respect. I have all this. Oh, okay. I'm seeing business moves over here. I'm seeing alliances. I'm seeing tests. If you're going to go after the World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series with a rival organization, are you not going to at least test that on a smaller plateau? If you're going to make a lure to catch a fish, are you going to test it on a pond before you take it to the lake? I'm sorry. This just makes business sense. And once again, people are like, oh my God, how could you see this? Real business people, real amateur businessmen, sell startups. They judge 5 years, okay? Smart businessmen judge 10 to 15. Governments, stuff like that, Northrop Grumman's, Boeing's, Black Rocks, they judge 20 to 50. Emperors judge 100. They're predicting 100 years in the future. This is back to the sheep, the dog, and the wolf. The sheep see 5 years. The dog sees 10 to 15, 20. The wolf, the leaders, the emperor see 100. Now, in this scenario, they're all playing. They're in this normal plateau, but that's why the letters line up so well, because it's a manipulation. It's a master of the puppets. And sometimes you're a puppet and don't even know you got strings. Reference the Instinct cover if you need more detail. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, apparently there is a situation here where there's a lack of trust. There's a lack of trust between the fans, people, and organizations and those trying to make things happen in that New York area and Brett Deyo. And this situation that just happened with High Limit has magnified that scenario, because now they're seeing Brett Deyo. They're seeing the comments. They're seeing these things being pointed out publicly of wet weather and all this. When behind the scenes, when on site, it's these fucking boulder rocks being thrown at people in the stands and drivers in the cars. So, this is where we are left. This is where we are. This is the situation at hand. Is it this, or is it just that? What is it, ladies and gentlemen? Can somebody tell me, are we doing a good enough sermon right now? Are people being, and this is my deal, I don't give a fuck if y'all are listening. I don't give a fuck who's watching. I'm talking about, honestly, another level of what's actually occurring here. That's what I am talking about. I'm talking about next level stuff. Not level, L-E-V-E, but level, L-E-V-E-L. And I'm over here, and this is why it's weird to not understand the appreciation for what we're doing here, is we're actually talking about stuff. Now, it sounds like people, the noise that we heard there, wants Brett Deyo to admit that whoever he got to do the clay at the track was the wrong person. Now, this person who had this voice covered also goes into a line or goes into say that there are alliances. Sorry about the misspeaking there. There are alliances in this scenario that it is this side or death. There is nothing that can be done wrong on one side of the aisle. This person wanted to call in and he said, well, I don't really keep up with the sprint car stuff much. after he explained the one side of the aisle, the alliance, it was something new. It's something that came along and everybody just jumped on the ship and they're ready to sell it to the ground if need be. And I was like, well, that sounds very similar to something happening in sprint car racing right now. How would High Limit act if they had all the power of the World of Outlaws? Would they give them opportunities to race if they were in the other foot? If the shoe was on the other foot, how would it operate? Would they be campaigning on a freedom of schedule situation if they controlled the schedule? Or would they be potentially pandering to people to advocate? Once again, paying for advocation. Just like a politician on the left or the right. Not a RFK, but one of the bought, paid, and sold ones. Would they be paying someone to advocate for matches between the two so that they can further their control of the situation? It's a very interesting scenario. I am interested in hearing somebody call. I do got to take a piss, although at the same time. Hold on, let's see what the YouTube chat. It's blah, blah, blah. You can't help anyone. Blah, blah, blah. There's the sheep ban. There's the sheep ban right there. Look at that. That's a sheep right there. You see that son of a bitch, that Zach? You are a sheep. You can't help anyone. Let's talk about the 1S performance. Let's talk about interesting stuff. Let's talk about how you're just a sheep in the fucking crowd, Zach. Let's talk about how somebody who says you can't help anyone is just a sheep. Because the lack of thank you, Jared Kennedy. The lack of advocacy. And see, this is the key. Somebody was telling me the other day, a race car driver, by the way, I would love to race for more money. These sprint car racers should be paying this much and that much. And yeah, it doesn't make sense. I said, you know who doesn't want that to happen, right? You know who doesn't want you to race for enough money to tell the owner get lost? The owner. Some people like the sport being in poverty because their money they provide controls the scenario. See, NFL, NBA, and all this other stuff don't work that way. They don't need one sponsor. The situation works because they have the fans. In a weird way, y'all want to blame streaming, but the one thing combating fans is the controllers. Maybe streaming is one of those people, but if you have enough fans to a scenario that's funding it naturally, you can't combat that. You can't control that. It's very, very... So what I mean by that is those who are supplementing funds to make this thing keep going, their biggest combative person is natural funding of the situation because it's dependent on them to survive. As long as it doesn't operate naturally, it's dependent on them to survive. Therefore, they have the power. And some people understand that money is a tool to gain power. It's all about power. It's not about money, guys. The big boys of the scenario use money to control people. To get them to do something they don't want to do because you have the money. To take their freedoms away, to speak, to act, to be freedom. That's why I call it slavery. Because it's doing the same thing as the whip. It's just the evolved version. It's a mental slavery. It's a fear-based slavery. Oh, fear. Are you fear of losing money or fear of getting hit? Oh, you just evolved it and made it smarter. That's what happens, guys. It happens every day. I wish people would understand this. Zach Dofel says, come on, kid. Oh, whoa. What just happened? What happened? We have a external power here in the building. That was the light shining down from God. That light came on by itself, ladies and gentlemen. No one turned it on at all. All right. We're going to let y'all run. Here's what's going to happen. We are going to open up the lines. We are going to have people call in. But there's one thing that has to happen before that happens. And that is, I'm sorry, I have to take a piss, guys. I'm going to lose half the viewers. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not putting a catheter on me to do these shows. It's not happening. Cody, can you come over here and talk to them real quick? Meet the guy who... No, come over here. You meet the guy who had the wing on the car. Oh, my God. Where's Faith at? We'll be right back. Hold on. I can't believe you, Cody. You won't even do it for 2 minutes. Lost half the viewers. I know we did. We lost them all. It's okay. All right. 2 years, pretty successful. I don't know what's going on here. What did Zach say? Let's hear that big, impressive, narcissist resume of yours that makes you better than others. Oh, damn. We got us a chat war here. Oh, my God. Hazilla and Zach are going at it. Hazer is a big joke in all of Northeast dirt modifieds. Wow. Let's hear about this. Maybe Brett Dale don't have to respond. Maybe he don't. I would love for Brett Dale to call in. It would be very entertaining. I would enjoy it. All right, here we go. Numbers about to come up onto the screen. There it is. 515-298-7691. Line is open. Let's hear this damn Zach guy. Let's hear him. Or anybody who wants to attend. But once again, everybody's afraid. Everybody's scared. All you fucking punk bitches, you see me in the pit areas, your crew members, your drivers, your sponsors. I wish I could say what you say, Chaz. I wish. I'm just scared. I don't want to lose my ride. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose my this. Fucking slave. Fucking slave. All right, we missed a call, 650. If you call right back, we'll answer it. Number's on the screen. Number is on the screen. 650, we missed your call. Do we call him back, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see. If he answers, we'll, oh, is he going to, did we just get forwarded?
Hi, it's Andy here. Your call is super important to me. Please leave.
Oh, my God, it was Outback Andy. Went right to voicemail for a reason. Love or hate Chaz, he's right about, hold on, what did it say? Right about this shit. It's true. Oh, my God. This is a scary phone call to answer. Hello. Oh, my. Okay, 416. We'll see. 416 has to be good. This has to be a good one. We're trying to get this call in.
What's up, Chaz?
Who is this? Who is answering? Who is calling? What is this on the phone?
It's Clark. What's up, buddy?
It is Clark on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Clark is a Kyle Larson fan.
Oh, come on.
He sucks Kyle's dick 24/7.
Oh, come on. It's probably so small you couldn't find it. Anyways.
Hey, I just went and took a piss. I don't like looking in the mirror. We'll just say that much.
Hey, at least you can speak the truth, eh?
Hey, if the thick
Amen
white
to
girls
that.
are down, hey, once again, if you're old and busty, I'm down.
Damn.
I know, I said
So
it.
what's going on, Chaz?
Apparently, there's some drama here in the New York scene. Do you have anything to chime in? We're trying to put a limit on the calls. Do you have anything to say?
On this, man, I think that track is unsafe.
Did you see the videos I put up? Did you see me go over it?
Dude, it's freaking suicide going on that friggin' track.
With the 410 sprint car, it is. This is what I was saying. I didn't know about this dirt rock shit. Whoever's calling from 518-884, we will call you back. Let Clark say what he has to say.
Listen, I'm so glad that you called it out, because that track, you're gonna kill somebody in a 410, even in a 360.
It's 40 feet from a river. It's 40 feet from a river, guys.
And honestly, if you have Zeb Wise or friggin' Brock Zierfoss in the field, jeez.
I can't believe you just said
those
that.
guys have had.
Why would you throw those guys under the bus? Do you think Brock Zierfoss needs to quit? Is he out of his league?
Yeah.
Brock Zierfoss is out of his league. What would the 3Z do on the tour this year if Corey Day was the driver of it? You know what I'm saying, though? You know what I'm saying, though? Like, when is the 3Z going to become a car owner? That's what I want to know. Obviously, Brock, in that combination, he does well in Australia, but so Callum. I don't want to talk about that right now. Regardless, he does well in Australia when he's at Perth. Perth is a zinger track. Brock Zierfoss has won World Outlaw events, Clark. He has performed. But consistently, you know, when are you going to be Jason Sides and just put someone else in the car? You know.
In the last 3 years, he's junked, 25 cars?
So you're a medical professional, correct?
No, I wish I was. All I'm saying, Chaz, is that, if you put a Corey Day in that 3Z, he's at the top of the point standings, and David Gravel's P2.
If you put Danny Dietrich in that car full-time on the Outlaw Tour, which was the most impressive PA Posse member, I thought, I'm just saying, is there not better options than Brock Zierfoss for that 3Z? You know, become a mentor, become a team leader. Let Brock Zierfoss be the face of a team. You know, as making somebody progress into the sport, giving the guy a shot. I'm just saying, I said Corey Day, I said Danny Dietrich, but, you know, wouldn't that be a better scenario for that car?
I think so. Hands down. Absolutely hands down.
But, well, the problem is back to, you know, the trickle-down effect. You know, I heard Jeremy Elliott and everybody talking about, you know, Michael Rigsby talking about how these NASCAR drivers and teams, they have, you know, their daddies or something that's got them in there and stuff like that. But I believe the 3Z is owned by, you know, Brock's parents. So it's like it's a privateered industry. So how do you combat that?
You can't. You can't. Not until the charter system comes in where these teams can make $500,000.
You think the charter system's going to do that?
Flow is a $400 million a year engine. I guarantee you they can.
Flow is an evil wolf. We described this earlier.
Yeah, well, you know what, Chaz? I want to see the Landon Crawleys of the world. I want to see the next up and coming great thing get an opportunity, and I want it to be fully funded. I want the guy to have to maybe just buy a freaking 410 motor, and then everything else is paid for. We need more getting opportunities that actually have legit talent like a Corey Day.
Right.
Nothing against Buddy. He's just a little scared right now. And, you know, and I'll call it right now. How many people you got watching?
222.
I'll call it right now. David Gravel wins this championship by 300 points.
It's destroying the series, Clark.
No, it's not destroying the series.
It's destroying the series, yes.
No. There wouldn't even be a championship battle if Brad Sweet was there, because he'd be leading the points by 105 right now.
You think that Brad Sweet would be leading David Gravel?
Yes, I do.
Well, then that's what I mean by it destroyed the World of Outlaws.
Yep.
It destroyed the World of Outlaws. The World of Outlaws did this to themselves, I think, personally, because they didn't play nice. If they would have, when Flo came in there, and this is what a wolf always does, when a wolf comes in and wants to eat, you either say you can eat, and if you say to that fucking wolf you can't eat, That motherfucking wolf is going to attempt to destroy your entire fucking family. And that's what's happened. The World of Outlaws used to be the Cup Series of sprint car racing. If you won that World of Outlaw Championship, you undoubtedly could say you were the best sprint car driver of that year. You can't say that. David Gravel cannot say that at the end of this year because he ain't knocking out the champion, man. And the reason he's not knocking him out is because I think they didn't play nice. If they would have played nice with Brad, this is what I think. If they would have played nice with Flo and Brad, High Limit would have been fucking Tuesday night this week or Monday or whatever at like Path Valley or something. They would be the Flo racing night in America. They would bounce around the sprint car series. It can't be compared to the late model series because the late model series, their national tours only have 45 or 50 dates. They have forever. You know, so that works. It's not a full-time series on each end. You know.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Chaz. Right out of my mouth.
If it was a busty a black chick, I would have took a lot more than that, but you're right.
Oh my God. All right, Chaz. Call that other guy back.
They are. I'm missing calls. It could be Brett Deo calling in. We could be in trouble.
Based on the chat, I would say not a chance.
We're getting sued by Brett Deo tonight. I didn't say what that. How about that? How about the fear that guy had? I had to mask his voice. Did you understand him?
Barely.
It's hard to understand.
The gist of it.
Yeah, you got the gist of it.
In all worlds of racing, we deal with the same thing.
Right.
It's not just unique to sprint car. It's in every sport.
Right.
Every sport of racing.
That is a weird looking ass track, this Fonda, though, right?
I would call. Is it like a school bus racing track? Is it a suicide track? Like, what the hell is it?
Well, I'll tell you what. If that black chick would have come over, that's what it looks like. After I'm done with it.
Chaz, I'm calling tonight, brother. Have a good one.
That was a good joke. I thought. I'm just saying. I thought it was funny.
Have a good one. Bye.
She's got to be thick, though. I don't like the skinny chicks. Screw them. This is why I couldn't get dual citizenship in Australia. I couldn't get dual citizenship in Australia because I didn't. Oh God, I didn't like the skinny chicks. They're all skinny over there. All right, we got 209 in. Who's called? Are you gonna bitch me out? Is this Brett Deo?
This is Wally.
Damn it! I was hoping it was Brett.
No, fuck Brett. You know what? You know what, Chaz? I just want to say, fucking thank you for doing this shit, being real. And you're right. Fucking if Corey Day was fucking driving that 3Z, he'd fucking dominate. Guarantee it.
It would be way more entertaining than if Brock Zierfoss was in it. And I caught heat from, you know, when I was in Australia, I was telling people like, hey, y'all, like, I know Brock's doing something over here, but Brock's like not really that good. And I like Brock Zierfoss. I had a great conversation with him. When I make these judgments on people on the racetrack, I'm not judging you as a person. And I feel like that ego in racing keeps us from doing that. I've talked about this for years now because I've come on here and I've said what I thought about racing. I ain't talked about the fucking... Dude, if I want to sit here and talk about guys who are doing cocaine and fucking people's girls and all this shit and, you know, how they get their sponsorships and how they're banging this chick and that chick, I could come on here and do that because I know plenty of them that are. And I could come on here and defame them instantly. But I'm just
talking about drivers.
Right, I'm just talking about racing. And their fucking little bitty, short fucking white man, little dick syndrome can't even handle that. That's what it is.
Poor guys.
That's what it is. We're dealing with fucking guys who are averaging 5'7". You know, I walk the pits of a sprint car race. I feel like I'm tall. I go to the regular
I'm 6'5",
world.
so I'm a tall big motherfucker. I'm a tall motherfucker.
You walk into the pit area, feel like you could whoop the whole fucking place in a sprint car race. Now, late model's a little different, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even sit here and critique Brock Zierfoss as a race car driver without offending his life and family. Like, what the fuck? How is the sport? How would the sport handle ESP if ESPN was on a fucking on Monday morning, or say last night Brock Zierfoss does as bad as he did at Lincoln, and ESPN opened this morning on ESPN, fucking millions of people talking about there would be 20, 30 people saying he should be out of that ride on national television.
Easy.
On national not YouTube. Not some fucking dude with a Stone Cold deal behind him and Mike Waller or whatever. How would they handle, this is my problem, how would the sport handle real attention?
It would be very interesting, I'll tell you that. It'd be very interesting.
Right. So anyways, I'm just trying to give an example because you're calling in agreeing that somebody else should be in the 3Z car. I feel scared to even say that because I'm going to face the fucking bullshit come Friday. I'll be in a fight tomorrow night at Williams Grove now because I said this. This is how fucking insecure these people are.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's a fucking...
It's a mafia.
Politics. Yes, mafia. Mafia is fucking, yeah. But you know what? You ain't fucking scared. And that's what I fucking love about it. You know what I mean? You fucking come out here and you fucking say, and you back up what you say.
Well, hey, I'll just tell you right now, I'm a broke son of a bitch. So there's PayPal. Hey, if anybody agrees with it, there's a PayPal to Venmo link in the description. Use it right now. But regardless, it will pay for the medical bills. It'll pay for the medical bills.
Don't worry about that.
It'll pay for the medical bills. I'll just say that right now. Because just saying what I'm saying is offensive. It's hurting his feelings.
No.
I'm not trying to hurt Brock Zierfoss's feelings.
Right, you're just speaking about the driver, you know what I mean? Like, you're not saying he's a bad man. Like, just, hey, man, you know what I mean? Because there's drivers that are fucking great, and then sometimes drivers lose their edge, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes drivers, you know what I mean? They're not as good as they used to be. And that's just facts.
And equipment and crew chief matter. Like, even Brock's own family will be like,
oh, yeah.
I've heard.
I mean, it's big time matters.
Well, I've heard that Brock's people say, well, hell, you look better in Australia than you do in America. We should run what they run because it's a different car, everything. Sean Caron, the guy who runs his car over there, is very, very good, very smart. I want to be pissed off, right? Because I helped. I did not do this, but I helped Callum Williamson.
Oh, you did it.
Get to America. And there is some, I think that his crew chief is being underutilized currently right now in that scenario, and I think that's why potentially Callum's not running as good as he should. Some people are stuck in their ways. I think that they could utilize somebody with balls.
The owner is pretty much calling the shots. No,
John Trone's one of the greatest people I've ever met in my one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. But
okay, so then when you say they're underutilizing the crew chief, like, what do you think?
I think that a driver being comfortable in the race car is very important. I think when you bring a driver, I'm about to block this 518. You keep doing that. I think that when you bring a driver and a crew chief over, it would be very beneficial to let that driver and crew chief take what you're able to provide them and get them comfortable to whatever they have, and then you chime in from there. You don't just put a car on the track and say, drive it. That's what I think.
Yeah. Now, crew chief and driver, that's a big...
I probably won't be allowed in the 39 pitting area for saying this publicly, but that's what I think. I think that Callum's crew chief should be crewing. I think Callum's crew chief, Balls, one of the smartest, youngest people in this sport that I've met, 22 years old, set up for James McFadden, whoop fucking Rico's ass and Brad Sweet's ass over there in Australia.
That's a fucking great driver right there, James McFadden. I mean,
right.
That guy's a good driver.
That's my point. Like, if you're doing that, if you're whooping ass over there and you got that experience, I think the team should allow that combination that did that to Brad Sweet and Rico in Australia to implement what they're doing over there here and then work from that. Whatever knowledge you have, whatever advantages you think you have, implement that after they've got so because Callum's a really badass motherfucker, dude. Over there in Perth, he's a fucking king. And he's put it on the best in the world. So take what beat the best. If you want to bring him over, put it here All right, put the best combination you can. Maybe it's different chassis or motors. Take that combination, that driver-crew chief relationship, which is so important. Ricky Warner's, where you go down the list, Paul Silva Larson, Phil Dietz. I mean, take that, give them what you can give them, let them perform, and get used to it at least, and then chime in your little secrets and little know-it-alls. That's how I feel about it. I may not be allowed in the 39 pitting area, but I think that that's what's lacking in that Callum Williamson situation, but it's back to ego.
You're asking to be allowed over there.
It's back to ego, though, man, because some of these people feel like they got shit figured out, and if they lose that grasp, if they lose that feeling that they have that they're making the difference, then they feel worthless in the scenario. So if you don't, and that's what I mean. I think that that's possibly playing a factor, but I think there's seniority enough where that could pass. I just think that if you bring a driver and a crew chief over, let them figure it out on what you got, and then chime in with what you got to do.
Exactly. You tell them, you ask them, what do you want? What do you want? Right? Let them make the calls. What do you want? How do you want this?
Whatever makes that car go around the track fucking faster, whatever that driver needs, should be priority number fucking one.
Yep.
That's how Phil Dietz thinks. That's how fucking Paul Silva thinks. That's how all of the fucking successful people in this sport think. That driver, whatever he thinks is very fucking important. Kyle Larson don't even know how to change a fucking tire, okay? He just says what he thinks, and he gets it.
Exactly, communication. The driver and crew chief communication is so fucking huge. You know what I mean? When that crew chief knows exactly what that driver tells him, like, hey, this is what it's fucking doing, he knows, oh, okay, all right, we're gonna fucking adjust this. You know what I mean? Like, when they have that communication, they're on the fucking same page.
Well, here's my bigger deal with it. With that situation at the Trone 39 team. Here's the deal. Let's just say that let's just say the world comes out and there's a chassis and an engine combo that just beat Brad Sweet, right? Let's say that's the case, right? So you go out and get that chassis motor combo to beat the best in the world, which is Brad Sweet, right there. You would think if you buy that chassis motor combo that you would use that chassis motor combo. And that's what I'm saying with this Callum deal. I see a driver and a crew chief as a chassis motor possible, and 100% more valuable than a chassis motor combo. So if you're going to bring that over and put it in your operation, you should be using that chassis and motor. Why ain't you using that chassis and motor?
They brought it over here and they're like, we're fucking out to lunch?
I'm not saying out to lunch. But use it to its full fucking potential. And then go from there. Put the chassis and motor into play and then work from there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And there's some things that they know what they're doing over here that are better, but that driver comfortability is number fucking one, in my opinion.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Number one. In my opinion, Balls, Callum's crew chief from Australia, is the best young prospect. And I told Callum this when this whole opportunity happened in PA. I said, the American people probably want Balls more than they want you. And he said, why? I said, they got plenty of people wanting to drive the cars. They ain't got nobody that knows how to fucking work on them. And this son of a bitch knows how to work on them and set them up good enough to beat Brad Sweet and Rico. And you're not using that horsepower? That's what I'm saying. You need to use that horsepower. That horsepower is in that crew chief. If you ain't putting
down the horsepower, you know what I mean? If you can't put down the horsepower, then what's the point of having it? Right?
It's not the same. I mean, it's not the same analogy, but that's what I see.
Yeah. I mean, if you ain't using the right chassis and the right fucking engine combo to use your fucking horse, because you ain't making it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're not sticking. You ain't got that.
Right. Well, and that's what I see as one of the issues. I think people need to open up. Now Kevin Fry over there at Trone, who's the main crew of that car, he is a smart motherfucker. He's Bobby Allen. You know, he's the Bobby Allen of PA,
I watched your
in
videos.
my opinion. He's smart as fuck. And he's very nice, very cordial. But even in this sprint car industry, there's a hint of you know, you got to be able to work together. I think to work together is how you're gonna prosper.
Right? Ain't no
I think all I'm seeing with that scenario is there's a fucking big ass motor not being used properly. That's all I'm saying. And that motor is called balls. That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, he's a smart guy. Like you said, no, I know what you're saying. Balls got the balls.
He's a smart motherfucker. Ask James McFadden.
I can ponder on that.
Anyways, we have missed so many calls. I need to let you go. I just destroyed my relationship with Trone. Regardless, is there anything else you want to say?
Because they know you ain't fucking your own bullshit. You're going to talk with.
Well, I've never.
You ain't trying to fit nobody. You know what I mean?
I hinted to what I just said publicly in private, and it ain't went nowhere. But advocacy is an underutilized advantage in this sport. And just like I told that guy who don't want to talk publicly, speak the fuck up. I'm tired of being the only motherfucker out here saying what everybody's thinking. People calling me a fucking idiot, calling me a dumbass, calling me this, that, and the other, taking my fucking money away, taking this away, taking my credentials away, kicking me out of fucking racetracks when I'm just saying what everybody else is fucking thinking. I'm tired of that.
Exactly.
And that's because they're underutilizing their ability to... They've never heard of the word advocacy. For those who don't fucking know it, advocacy is when multiple people think a certain way about a situation in society, and they speak up enough to where society changes to what you think.
Yeah.
Money's been in the...
dictator.
Right. We've been
fucking dictator.
Right. We're up against dictators in this racing world, people. It's all money that controls it. Who do you think controls the money? Dictators? Right.
I mean, that's where it is. The money is the power.
Right.
Like you fucking said. You know what I mean?
Fucking sad. Anyway, we've missed a lot of calls. I want to get some more callers in here. Well, thank you for calling in, man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chaz.
All right.
Love you, brother.
If Brock Zierfoss crew members, because he ain't going to whoop my ass, if they break my teeth in or whatever tomorrow, I do have the fake teeth in right now. If they break my teeth in and my fake teeth, you got to pay the bill.
I got you, man. I got you on fucking. I'm gonna have you on that fucking medical bill, but I think you ain't nobody gonna fuck with you.
Okay.
You got this.
Okay. All right. Thanks for calling in. 15 minutes is all we spent on you.
Yep.
We didn't spend an hour or nothing. All right.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. All right. Phone is open. Hey, look, I'm a man of my word. I said this 605 or 650. Wait, what was it? 650? I said I would call back. I think it was 650. Yeah, we got a lot of missed calls from this. Oh, we tried calling you back. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, wow. It's going straight. Like, y'all hear this? Look, I'm clicking call. It's going straight to fucking voicemail. We got 16 missed calls from 518. Oh, it's going to straight. Maybe this is a sign from God. Maybe it is all over. I see y'all's comments. Hold on. We're trying to restart the app. Hopefully that'll fix our issues here. Oh my. Oh, hey, no, that's not right. Hold on. All right. This is the number that's been calling.
Hello.
518-888-844. You're the guy I was supposed to call back earlier, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening? Are you about to call me a fucking idiot or something? What's going on?
Not at all. So I'm Zach, the guy that was in the chat. He thought you were coming at you. I wasn't coming at you. I was coming at the guy who was hidden voice earlier about Fonda. I think I know.
Oh, you're talking about that? What's his fucking name? Hold on.
Hazilla.
Hazvilla. Yes, we got him on the screen. Limited championship.
Yep.
Yes.
So that 100% was Hazer talking about Fonda. I just know that's what he would say. So he was involved with Fonda for multiple years, and then he got kicked out.
You're talking about this Hazer guy, Hazilla.
Oh yeah. So he got kicked out of Fonda, media credentials and all that, because he's honestly a piece of shit. But I wasn't really coming at you. I just wanted you.
You're making me feel sympathy for the guy because I've been kicked out over fucking, you know.
Yeah, but this guy has personally screwed a lot of people in racing. I won a championship 2 years ago that he so-called ran. He was the head guy of that, and he even messaged me on Facebook saying congratulations on winning the championship. And then they pulled the championship away from me a week later. So not very nice things to say about this guy. He's not a very good guy, and if he's going to talk shit, I at least I don't know. He's just not.
So what's the situation up there? What's actually happening? We played the audio. People don't trust Brett Deo. What's going on? You're obviously in that area.
Yeah, so I think Fonda's new clay isn't the best clay. They're working with what they have.
Is it clay or is it fucking like mush from the side of a mountain slide? What the fuck is those rocks doing in there?
It is clay. There's a shit ton of rocks in it.
The rocks was the size of a fucking bigger than a cue ball.
100%. I'm not denying that, but it's tough. They got dealt a very shit hand. I will say that. They're doing the best they can with it. I think Deo's doing the best he can with it. He's bringing in another person to help fix the track. I think he's doing very well. We're going to take a couple weeks, but Fonda will be back to its normal self. Now, 410-wise, personally, I don't think Fonda's a great 410 track, just safety-wise, even if the track is normal.
Did you see the things I'm pointing out?
Oh, 100%. I get what you're saying, but me personally, I don't think 410s belong at Fonda at all. It's so fast there.
This is not a small track.
So I'll put it this way: it's a 5/8 mile track. Tyler Walker in early 2000s ran about a 14-second lap. That's hauling ass around there. For a 5/8 mile, 14 seconds is unbelievably fast.
Well, and you did say Tyler Walker, so he was probably on crack to be able to do that.
100%.
100%. Yes.
Yeah. 100%.
That was a joke. You took it seriously, but maybe he was. I don't know.
I mean, have you seen the Facebook videos about him?
You can't be saying that about Tyler Walker, all right? Fuck.
He's a legend. I love the guy, but, I mean, you got to get your life in shape, kind of like that Hazer guy,
Oh, wow. You went low on Hazer.
I mean, he deserves every bit of it, bub.
He's that bad of a person.
Nah, not a lot of people have a lot of good things to say about him. A lot of people, I should say.
What did you do? Did you
Huh?
did you bang somebody's wife? Are you the sunshine to the sunset? What's going on?
No, he took a championship away from me that he congratulated me on. So, what am I supposed to do,
That's pretty condescending.
He's calling me out on what my accomplishments were in racing. I've done it for 2 years. I won a championship, and I moved up to the pro level, I guess you could say, and won the first year of that. And then, I'm not racing this year on a personal decision, and he's calling me out for it. So I'd like to put him on blast.
Okay. Is that all you wanted to say?
That's all I wanted to say, bub.
Okay. And you took a shot at Tyler Walker. He's on the road to recovery.
Oh, I hope he gets better. I'm just saying, you also took a shot at him, whether it was a joke or not. So,
well, I mean, this is true.
Yeah, you brought it up.
I did. The world can hate me. It's fine.
I think every sprint car fan in their mind is a Tyler Walker fan. He gets the crowd on their feet every time he goes to a track. He's a great guy, but he's got to get out of the situation he's in now. He's not making it easy for himself. So
This is true. Not one fucking super chat. This is sad. This is how the organizations win. It really is.
I'm a huge sprint car. I'm in Northeast, the part of the country. I'm a huge sprint car fan. I really am. But to see sprint cars not at Fonda this year, it hurts a little bit. But it is what it is.
What's the situation with Brett Deo? Is he a snake? This guy made him seem like a snake.
No, I don't think he's a snake. Why do we think he's a snake?
Is he the high limit of big block modifieds?
No, I don't think so. I think he's a lot better than Super Dirt Car Series just based on the fact that people can run for a lot of money and a lot less laps. And I think the Super Dirt Car Series has kind of shaded what Brett Deo has done to start coming down more toward his level. I think Deo offers a lot of good things for drivers, and now the Dirt Series is like, oh shit, okay, now we got to do something because we're losing.
Similar to what the World of Outlaws is having to do with High Limit. That's why I drew those comparisons. I still think it's a streaming war between Flow and Dirt Vision, no matter how much they play it off in public.
100% it is, 100%. But nothing against Dirt Series, but they've underpaid their drivers for years. And then Deo came on scene, and he was raising purses for series that you've never seen before. I mean, still to this day, you got Brett Deo running two $50,000 races for Northeast Modifieds, and you don't see that anywhere else. I mean, the Super Dirt Car Series does it once at Super Dirt Week, and you got to run a whole week for it.
But that sounds exactly like the playbook that High Limit's running on sprint car racing. It's the exact same playbook.
But I think in the end, it's helping the sport.
But that's what they're running on as well.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
They're running on what they're doing is, even though it's fucked up, this whole structure that Outlaws or World Racing Group had, it's still kind of, helping the sport. It's getting bigger because of them and what they're doing.
I wouldn't even call it getting bigger. It's giving back to the guys that have supported racing race cars for good. I'm just saying, the Super Dirt Car Series didn't pay much really at all, and then Dale came on scene, and now all of a sudden they want to raise their purses. Why is that?
You still understand that is Dirt Vision versus Flow, right?
It is, but still in the end, raising purses goes to where? The drivers, correct?
Right. The Masters. What's this occult that he's talking about? There's people who are ride or die for Deo.
He was in the cult 2 years ago until he got kicked out, so I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right, we'll let you go. I don't want you getting incriminated here.
Oh, I'm good. I don't give a shit, dude. People can talk shit about me all they want. I don't give a shit.
That's the spirit. Okay.
Oh yeah.
We got 2 voicemails to play here. You better tune back in.
Love it.
All right. Thanks for calling in. All right, so 2 new voicemails. I don't know. They're 5 seconds long. Hold on. What does this say? Oh, he's drunk. This guy's drunk. Hold on. Oh, God. We got to call this guy. He's drunk. He can't even pick up the phone. He can't even leave a voicemail correctly, guys. You left voicemails. Is this Brett Deo?
Hello?
Yes, we are here. Can you hear me?
We are here. Yes, I can.
Who is this? Is this Brett Deo?
This is Outback Andy.
Oh no! What do you want? What do you want to say, Outback Andy? There's big block guys losing their nuts over this shit.
Okay, well, you're very true, Chaz, in what you're saying, highlighting safety, and whether it's whichever way it is, whether it's just fluke of luck that it's happened that way. Someone's obviously listening, and like you say, these cars slipping off the racetracks are not good through fences. Now, I noticed someone said Stockton doesn't have a fence, but Jack Holdenshaw.
Williams Grove don't have a fence, and neither does fucking Port Royal in 3 and 4.
Right, but there's nothing I personally think if there's nothing there to hit, like when Jack flew out of the park at turn 1 in the Finley Farms car and destroyed that where they cut off at the firewall.
You do know that there is a sprint car team right now owned by John Westbrook who is paralyzed for life because he flipped off a 1 and 2 at Williams Grove, correct?
You said that, yes. Right?
Well, it can happen.
But
it can. Now, people don't flip out of Riverside all the time, but it can happen.
But if you're going to flip out of the park at a track where there's nothing to hit, I worry about these tracks. Some of them out here, one being the shed with those tractors and graders not far away from the edge of the track. But if there's nothing out there to hit, like Jack, it was half a mile before he was getting hit anything. I think he used about just over a quarter mile because he really flew out of there. But I don't think flipping out of the park is the problem. It's what you hit and how the surface is when you come down. You know?
Okay.
The angle of you being paralyzed could be the angle of the car. The angle of the car hits the racetrack, right? You know?
But I mean, Riverside, you're flipping out of the park at 85, 90 maybe. If you flip out of the park at Port Royal or Williams Grove, you're running 100 plus.
Right, but it could be safer to flip out of the park than to hit a hard fence. You know, that's all I'm saying. You got to weigh that up. I'm not sure as just flipping out of the park, is going to cause more damage. I think hitting a hard fence at speed like that track, if you're flipping out of the park, mostly you're going to hit some wing, which is going to slow it down, until that wing becomes useless. But I'm not so sure as not having a fence. It's whether what you hit beyond that fence. We saw McFadden flip out the other week, right? The car went away, but it also, the wing was slowing the impact down, right? It's the impact that does it. Depends where the car lands. If the car lands on the rear wheels and punches up to the seat, that's where drivers can get hurt in the back, is when that rear end punches up towards the seat.
Yeah, I completely agree. You made a good point there with and that was and I've had this argument. I still halfway believe that winged racing is more deadly than wingless because of the impacts. So I mean, the impacts in a wing car, you're always on the throttle. That's why I saw those kinks in the wall at Fonda as a bigger issue than a fence that don't work at Riverside.
I totally agree with you there. Like, the walls, which drivers can hit that's not a good thing.
Right. If you're running 120 or 30 or 40 and you hit a fucking flat face wall like that track has, you're fucked.
Exactly.
I mean, you're done.
Track safety. Now, because you lived it for a few months there in Australia with track safety. Now, I ran a lot of tracks.
Yeah, Australia wanted to improve these tracks. This track would be a level 2.
Yeah.
And I talked to Donnie about this. Donnie thinks that a government should be in sprint car racing because the only government we have right now, and the only reason these fucking tracks are upgrading, is fucking insurance companies. Guess what Speedway Australia does? What does it do? Outback Andy. Insurance, right.
Licensing. The licensing of drivers.
Right.
You have to have medicals to go race. You
have to get a physical.
Yes, and that's been that way. That's been that way for 40 years.
Right. And this track right here, this Fonda, wouldn't it be approved for sprint car racing? You have to be approved.
Yeah.
And Riverside wouldn't be approved. This is the problem with sprint car racing in Australia. These country tracks want fucking sprint cars, But they can't get approved because they don't have to race sprint cars in Australia. You have to meet a certain level of safety.
Exactly. That's what Speedway Australia's objective was to do, was to make it safe. And this a lot of this stems from Claremont Speedway, where we had Neville Lance slipping a midget, and the wheel went over the fence up in the crowd, killed a person up in the crowd.
Surprise, surprise!
Yeah.
Australia cared more when somebody died than an American. That's all that's happened. We've had plenty of people die in America, just nobody gave a fuck.
Yeah. So, Speedway Australia is trying to make, look, you can never, I hate people saying it's safe. Speedway racing is not safe, right?
No.
Any form of racing, even
there's a
go-kart
certain
racing,
level,
it's not
or
safe.
there's a certain expectation of what you're supposed to be before you can have a certain level of racing. That don't happen in America. That happens in Australia, though.
It's all it is. We're down there. It's they say to make it safer. It's risk management. Risk management.
Right.
Try and eliminate the risk of someone getting hurt, and that's what it is. And out here, I've been critical for a long time. When I first came out, the first year I was out here, I seen a car at Hanford flip out into the trees over turn one, out into a tree. I thought, wow, like this wouldn't fly in Australia. Like if you're going to have where you can get out of the ballpark, you've got to have a clear run, so you can't.
Well,
so
I mean, one of our commenters just made a good point. Ken Joseph said 90% of tracks on the World of Outlaw high limit schedule wouldn't meet the criteria. They wouldn't. I was telling Callum about this. I was like, they were all, fantasizing about America. I was like, when you get over there, you're going to get a culture shock.
Yeah. Yeah.
What tracks would meet Australian, level 4? You got to be level 4 to be able to host a sprint car race. What tracks in America would even meet that? Williamsgrove's out.
Probably,
Port Royal's out. They don't have a fence. You have to have a fence around the entire fucking track. You have certain levels you have to meet to even be allowed to race.
Now, Tulare will be close, right?
But they won't be there.
But the exception with Tulare would be is possibly coming out of the turns that catch fencing wouldn't be adequate, right? And Tulare's got a reasonable fence. It would be the problem would be.
But who else? Okay, Knoxville would pass. Eldora would pass. Charlotte, the NASCAR facilities. What other fucking track would pass, dude? What would be allowed to have sprint car races? Honestly.
Bakersfield on the West Coast.
Yeah, Bakersfield. Okay, but what else? I'm talking about the entire country. The entire schedule of high limit and World of Outlaws. Who would pass?
There's not a lot, right? Like you said, there's not a lot.
Williamsgrove's gone. Lincoln's gone.
Yeah.
They got an opening. You're supposed to have open-shut gates that close the whole facility off. To be able to have sprint cars. You can't have an opening in your wall. These tracks are gone. All of them.
Exactly. Well, you've seen the two premium tracks on the West Coast with Bunbury, and you've seen...
Somebody said Huset's. I agree. Yeah. Huset's would be one.
You've seen the Motorplex, and you've seen Bunbury. That is the standard. Sydney, these are all the standard.
Right, and they call Bunbury a fucking country track. I was trying to tell them, Bunbury is a good track in American standards. So...
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's way ahead of those two tracks and what they got going on in Sydney and some of the other tracks.
Perth is just the Taj Mahal, man. Perth is just next fucking level.
Well, that's what happens when you have a government build something, like that is built with a purpose and a reason.
Right.
I was there for that. I raced, I think, the first night that place opened. I raced on that track quite a lot before I came out here. I did quite a few races there, and that was built with a purpose. And you know how the jaw, like with the jaw midway, where you can stand one way watch drag racing,
Right.
stand the other way watching the speedway on Wednesday nights and things like that.
Hold on,
And,
Faith,
and, you know,
can you grab me? Oh, come on.
so yeah. But America really has to step up a little bit and to make these tracks a little better. It's
Right.
just that it's been the way it's been. It's been the way it's been for
Because it's been
all the time.
accepted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, we got to have somebody else call in. I don't want to keep you on here. We're just over the 10-minute mark.
Hey, quickly before you go, keep telling the truth, Chaz, please.
When is the truth going to pay off? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's probably not. That's the thing. So what do? You do you tell the truth and be the way you are? Or do you just,
Suck
go
a
suck
fucking
something?
dick.
And yeah, exactly. I didn't want to say that, but, you can do that and you can go anywhere and get support. But it's, you're telling the truth, and the truth needs to be told.
Right. Yeah, Jesus was crucified. I guess that's what I am. Great.
Hey, I'll tell you right now that the way I announced in Australia, I could tell a lot more of the truth. And when I was working at McGregor doing that NAV TV stuff, I had to tone it down. And that wasn't someone telling me to do it. I knew that I had to tone it down because that wouldn't be acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay. Well, links in the description. I know you're busy. You're out there slinging Uber,
Oh,
it sounds like.
Yeah,
But these
no,
other
I'm doing
motherfuckers, these
the
165 motherfuckers, if they would give me $5, that would make up for the fucking truth, you assholes.
Oh, hey, just quickly before you go, that kid you had, that Sam's the third kid, he's not wrong on this quarter midget stuff. I see it out here on the West Coast.
Oh, it's fucking horrible.
Back in the days when Jesse Love was running quarter midgets.
Yeah, Jesse Love is not that good.
There would be teams that would turn up. There's teams that turn up in trailers. I actually announced the Grands on the West Coast at San Jose, just south of San Jose one year. And man, they come fully loaded with lots of equipment. You would be surprised at what they've got. It's first class. Anyway, I'll let you get back to some other calls.
All righty, Andy. Well, thank you for calling in. Really appreciate it.
Welcome back, buddy.
Oh, God. All right, thank you for calling. I guess we're going to end it there. Jim McGregor, I remember on the channel, there is a membership button. It's $2 a fucking month. You spend more than that on, coffee every day. Oh, somebody just renamed themselves to the truth. That's funny. Jim McGregor, Kelly, he says right here, look at this. Hold on. We have beer in our system. We're burping. I'm sorry. Oh, God. My ex-girlfriend would get rid of me instantly. Back to the thick chicks. If you got some big titties, I'm down. Kelly Linigan to get over the fence at Parramatta, but luckily she was plenty of room and another fence before she would have got to the pits. Okay, yeah, the truth does not make any money in the racing world, unfortunately. Y'all have to fund it. You have to be Jim McGregor. Should say she did get over the fence. You have to be Jim McGregor. Join the channel if you want to make it happen. Let's see here. We missed a call from 845. Hold on, let's see here. We're calling people back now. Y'all are a bunch of bitches. You won't even call in. Hold on. There's the number right there. You want to be a bunch of bitches? Not call in?
Chaz.
Hello?
Chaz.
Yes.
Hey, it's your friend Frank from New York.
Damn it, I thought it was Brett Deo. Fuck.
Yeah, man. Not Dale.
Damn it.
Well, hey, thanks for talking about New York racing. We need more of it.
I raced in it. I mean, I'm trying to give a little attention. This is a New York topic, technically. The Mafia. Now, hold on. You're from New York?
Yes.
You currently live where?
Poughkeepsie, New York.
Okay. Why do I have you saved in my phone as Chicago?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
This is the reason, I think. This is honestly the reason. Obviously, New York, Chicago, the 5 families in New York kind of ran both. There's plenty of documentation that the 5 families in New York controlled, 100% controlled everything. The politics, the money, the gambling. They controlled it all. The businesses.
You think they control the races?
Hold on. I'm willing to bet and this is 60s, 70s, 80s, right? Trump came up. He was just a kid who made it on his own, but he was big in the 70s, 80s. Don't know the mafia. That's funny in itself. Regardless, one of those fucking 5 families had to be race fans, right?
Well,
one of them.
Maybe.
They're racing in
Maybe.
Orange County, Syracuse, New York.
That's right.
One of the 5 families, if you run the whole motherfucking state, you had
Probably
to be a
Orange
fan
County.
of Bob McCready, right? You had
That's
to.
right.
Sweeteners Plus.
Had to. That's right.
We all
And you
saw
had
the
to hate Bret
Sweeteners.
Hurd.
We all saw the Sweeteners Plus story, right? Where they were transporting. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a story. I could look it up right now. There was a story. Obviously, Sweeteners Plus wasn't a big time supporter of Tim, I believe.
Yes.
Let me research this before I say it. I don't want to get in
Well,
trouble.
Tim had a lot of support. You know that.
Oh, hold on. Oh, they won't even let me see it. This is why you got to search the dark web. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't find it. But
All right.
I'll speculate. There was a rumor that they were moving some stuff in the Sweeteners Plus packets. The family.
Well, they wouldn't have been the first. They would not have been
That's
the
what I'm
first
saying.
in
Like, it
racing.
sounds smart to me, you know.
There's actually a dealership in New York, same type of thing. That sponsored racing.
General Electric, GE.
There was Chevy dealerships sponsoring race cars. Similar stuff. But anyways, Chaz, racing is dying in New York. This Fonda deal isn't new to us, New York racers.
Really?
How
How long has there been boulders in the dirt?
Well, I don't know about boulders in the dirt, but I know racing has been dying in this area of the country.
Now, I will say this. I know some streaming numbers.
Yeah.
Apparently, the number one above World of Outlaws, above everything, the number one stream viewed on a weekly basis is in Albany.
Malta?
Yep.
Wow. Oh, you mean people that stream from?
Watch it. People that pay to watch
Wow.
it. Albany, New York,
Okay.
weekly racing apparently is the number one streamed dirt race in the country. Weekly
Yeah, wow.
racing.
Well, Malta is a great track. It's been around a while, but modified racing has taken a hit over the years.
You know why that
It
is,
has-
right?
It has not gone up.
Do you
like
know why
sprint
that
car,
is, though?
Late model. No.
You took away Syracuse.
So true. They did take away.
You took away Syracuse. You promised a new fucking facility, a new racetrack. Somebody
did
just
not get it.
commented, bring back Syracuse. The fucking mob promised you they would have your back, and they fucking lied.
Yeah. Yep. They couldn't wait to tear down those grandstands.
Mm-mm.
They knew once
And
they
it's
tore them
nothing
down, it was
anymore.
over.
It's nothing. It's just fucking nothing now, apparently.
Yes, but I will say this. People that go to Fonda, I've never been personally, never raced Fonda, never watched Fonda. They love Fonda. Race car drivers that race there love it. The fans love it. Hey, I don't know if URC goes there, ESS.
Sprint
I
cars.
don't know open wheel. Yeah, I don't know their history there, but I assume they went there.
Well, I mean, Do you think that the drivers just don't get that national respect?
Absolutely.
Like,
Absolutely.
I mean, I raced a modified a little bit. I think I could go in there and slap Mike Mahaney around.
I don't know. I don't know.
You sure?
I don't know. He's got a lot of laps. He's got a lot of laps in a car.
Larson walk in there and fucking stomp all over the face.
Why won't he get in a modified?
You want me to say because he's scared?
Well, hey, listen, I like Larson, but we would love to see him up here in New York.
I'm confident enough, and Kyle said this. He said I'm a good race car driver. I'm confident enough to think I could outdrive Kyle Larson in a big block modified. I really think I could.
Well,
dude, can we not do a Jake Paul Mike Tyson? I mean, come on, let's do a Jake Paul Mike Tyson, the Chaz versus Larson in a big block. I'll do Fonda. Fuck it.
Where would we do it?
Fonda. Fuck it. Risk it all.
But he just. We're not going to Fonda. You don't want to go to Fonda.
Because he's a bitch. He's scared. I don't want money. I don't want any. If I was to whoop Larson, I don't want money. I don't want prizes. I don't want a trophy. All I want's Caitlin. That's all I want. Let's put her up for grabs.
Oh,
dude, my ex-girlfriend honestly thought me and Caitlin had a thing happening. I was intimidated.
Hey, you know what? You said you were going to put a video up of Caitlin taunting you months and months back, and you never did.
Hey, we got to keep some things secret, you know.
Throwing stuff at you. Yeah.
We got to keep something secret.
Racing is dying up here. Racing is dying up here, and I wanted to bring up Accord Speedway last year. They redid their track surface. They happened to hold STS races.
Okay.
And their track surface was terrible. They had to shut down and tear it all out. And how do you think High Limit will?
How do you think High Limit will do at Outlaw? Can they see where they're going? Dude, my experience in racing, like honestly, my 4th, 5th, 6th race ever was a fucking Sportsman at Outlaw. And I remember in the A main, I go into 1 and 2, I'm like starting 11th. I was in a 20-year-old car, it was 2003 Bicknell. I went into 1 and 2 fucking on the throttle. I dove underneath this guy, right? And when you're racing, you're kind of following the car in front of you. I come off of 2 and I'm seeing this car, I'm tracking him, I'm pulling him in. And then all of a sudden, everything went away. This dust cloud came in.
That's how we race up here.
And I couldn't fucking see shit. Dude, I remember at that moment going in, and if we won't worry about safety concerns, hold on. There is about a 30-foot fucking drop in the 3 and 4 if you go off the top of Outlaw. It's not, I mean, I drove into the bitch. There's a drop in 3 and 4, is there not?
You know what? I've never been to Outlaw either.
Crocodile Dundee, these nuts. Dundee, New York, Outlaw Speedway. Hold on, we need to pull this up. Hold on. We'll pull it up. Dude, there's a fucking 30-foot drop off the top of 3 and 4 in Outlaw. If they thought Salina was bad, wait till they fucking go to Outlaw. And you can't see where you were going, dude. I was scared to death, dude. I came off of 2. I was like, should I be doing this? I came off of 2. I couldn't see anymore.
But even when they went to Syracuse, how do you think Syracuse was? Yeah, that's how we race in New York.
Yeah, I bet you do.
That's how the tracks are. We
fucking
mafia. We don't have
mafia-ish.
true clay here.
So I'm zoomed in on Outlaw. I raced at this track. I remember lining up in the staging here. I remember coming off the track here. This is high paint, guys. This grass right here. Yeah. So if this hasn't changed, I don't know if it hasn't. I'm not trying to cancel another High Limit race, but that fucking top of that track to that fucking road, if it hasn't changed, is a 20 to 30 foot. I feel like, I don't know if this is factual, that's a 20 to 30 foot fucking drop, dude. You go off the top of that fucking track in 3 and 4. You thought fucking James McFadden fucking, Super Mario'd his ass off the track.
Whoop.
Wait till you go off 3 and 4 at this Dude, I came up a turn 2 on the bottom. I was passing the guy. I was like, oh, I got this motherfucker. The fucking dust. The dust at this fucking track is disgusting.
Well, I guess that's why they say you race the track. You race the track.
I mean, if that's one way to fucking put it, look, we're bringing up, we're probably going to get fucking flagged now because we're bringing up fucking Flow Racing and their wolf shit. But I'm bringing up, dude, I guarantee you.
Are close.
They are close. This track's only about 4 hours away.
But
look at this fucking track. Hold on, look at this. Dude, look at this.
The track.
Look at that. Hold on, look at that. I'm in the middle of the pack, guys. Hold on, not this front shit where fucking Courtney's at. I'm back here. All right, 3rd race ever in the fucking, or 4th, well, it was about 4th, 5th race. I'm back here. All right. I'm questioning life coming off of 2, guys. I'm just fucking saying. This outlaw track, hold on, let's see. This was posted 8 months ago. I don't know why it was posted 8 months ago. Oh, wait, this is 2023. Hold on. So this is last year. I believe I took laps in 2021. Hold on. Let's see if this 3 and 4 goes off the track. Dude, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you. There's a 30-foot fucking drop off the top of that track. It's not a joke. Look at that. That's turn. Look at this. This is lap fucking 1, guys. Lap 1.
They would call that character. They would call that character. Now.
Yeah, character these fucking nuts, Kyle. This is called Flow's attempt to destroy the dirt track racing world. This is turn 1.
Hey.
This is turn 1, lap 1, 2. Sorry, we're into lap 2. You can't even see where you're fucking going as a leader. Look at this. We'll fast forward. Look at this shit. Are you watching this, Frank?
No, man. I'm driving home. I can't. I'm on the phone.
Yeah, you're on the phone with the Mafia. I got it. They're going to get me tomorrow.
Hey, we want to see High Limit go to Lebanon Valley if they can't go to Fonda.
Right. Why not go to Ransomville or Lebanon Valley or any of the other good... Or go to Orange County. Fucking change the date. What, are you going to race Thursday, Friday, and not race Saturday? You know what they're trying to do, right?
Good topic.
You know what they're trying to do. I know exactly what they're fucking trying to do. This sneaky little bastards. They're trying to make it to where teams can go fucking Thursday at Outlaw, Friday at Utica, and then go down to fucking Port Royal on Saturday, jack up the fucking flow views for that race the week before the 75K at the Weicker. In my opinion, this was strategic in a way to promote Port Royal because it's 75,000 the following fucking weekend at Port Royal. And Port Royal got into the politics and picked High Limit over the World of Outlaws. They lost their outlaw dates because they went with High Limit. That's what's fucking happening here. They're leaving that Saturday open so that teams will rush their ass down there and run Port Royal. Guaranteed.
And nobody should be surprised.
Unless you're a fucking sheep. If you're a sheep, you're surprised. Oh my God, really? Bye. I don't know what to fucking do.
Chaz, talking about Orange County, that's another topic you got to talk about.
Dude, I'm still looking at... when I watch this video, I'm having flashbacks of when I was coming off of turn 2 at Outlaw, first lap, 5 races into my career. Scary. It's fucking scary. Are you done, Frank?
We're losing racetracks. We're losing racetracks up here in New York. We need more racing.
Somebody said they should go to Fulton.
More than Fulton. Anywhere.
They're not trying to replace it. They're not trying to replace it, I believe, simply because they want those teams to go to Port Royal. It's a flow track. Back to the streaming battle. That's real. It's fucking real.
Well, that's what money runs it, right?
Yeah, we got Brett Fisher in here from Fisher and Bella Construction. Hold on, let's see. Got it in here somewhere, right there. Fisher and Bella Construction. Brett Fisher did send a $20 fucking super chat. All you other motherfucking bitches are assholes. Fucking assholes.
Chaz, what other races you going to see up here?
Somebody said Canandaigua. I raced at Canandaigua. It's an okay track. I don't know why they don't. Why does Canandaigua not have a race? Why?
I don't know.
It makes sense, right?
Yep. Yes, it does.
So this is me running around in Canandaigua. Hold on, we made the A main here. Hold on, let's see here. Yeah, we're going out for the B. Fuck yeah, we're in it. Got Kevin Woody on the scene. People were shocked. Canandaigua's not bad. Why does Canandaigua? Is it really a Kevin Ward Jr. scenario? What's going on here?
Ooh, I'm not touching that.
Why is there not a big time sprint car race at Land of Legends? I'm right here in the one running away in a 20-year-old car from $60,000 machines. Is it really a Canandaigua situation? What's going on? Is it a Kevin Ward Jr. deal?
Well, they used to race sprint cars there, right?
We did. We used to.
Something happened.
Something happened. I think everybody knows what it is. All right, we're gonna have someone else call in. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go?
Nah, thanks, Jeff.
You're sure? I'm not in trouble.
Not by me.
Should I try to go to Canada and go to Oshweekend?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I think Orange County has a race coming up. You should try to catch that too.
What is that? I do want to go to Orange County. I grew up watching Empire Sports Network. Dallas, Texas, and the Texas area used to have big block modifieds. They just put wings on them and shit, sprint car tires. But
oh shit.
Yeah, Gary Wright, Jason Johnson race wing modifieds. Wing modifieds, if you ever heard that term from the South, they were basically big block modifieds, and the drunks of the South cut the side panels off and put sprint cars on them, skinny them up. And they were big block modifieds with wings on them.
Wow.
Steve Kinzer got his ass whooped.
I think they have a race in first week of June, if you're still up here.
Okay. See what we can do.
All right. See you there.
All righty.
Bye.
Thanks for calling, Frank.
All right, bye.
Somebody just said Ron Golden, Doug Ingalls, Gary Wright. Steve Kinzer attempted to race a wing modified race at the DFW Metroplex and got his ass handed to him. It was pretty embarrassing for the King Kinzer. We do have the number on the line is open. We're not going to take too many. We're just past midnight, 12:10 here on the East Coast of the United States, here in the Pennsylvania area. We still got Stone Cold in the area. We've already lost everything. Oh, God.
And he's not a straightforward person. He's not a straight shooter. He will constantly throw shade. And he never, ever accepts accountability or responsibility. If he would have just said, hey, we made a mistake, we thought this clay was good, and it's not. We apologize for the track surface. We apologize to the fans. We apologize to the drivers. This is not what we want here.
And see, the reason I'm pretty much banned from all the racetracks right now. High Limit will never let me come to a racetrack again on credentials for sure. I'll never be allowed at Fonda again. Pretty much everybody is going to ban me from every racetrack there is. Oh, my. Is this Brett Deo? Is it Brett Deo?
What's up, Chaz?
Is this Brett Deo?
No, it's Dave Watley from California. What's
California. Where's the new track? You lied.
I ain't lying. They've been behind schedule. They're all
Where's it
building
at? Behind schedule, my ass. You're lying. Turn the
No,
audio
I'm not.
off. You're on the phone with me right now. You ain't got to fucking have the event. Yeah, turn it off.
And we turn the TV down.
Turn the TV down. You got the Chaz on the fucking TV. That's awesome. But what in the fuck is going on out there, man? Is Stockton going to figure it out?
Who knows on Stockton?
Yeah, that's the question.
They had to cancel the races out a couple weeks ago.
Okay. 970-390. We will call you back after we get off the phone here. Apparently, everybody's calling in ever since you called in.
Yeah, they canceled the Stockton out about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Because it's compared to the track. I mean, I hadn't been there I'll be about there in a couple of weeks. This Saturday, I'm here to the Bakersfield.
Okay.
For the midgets, and the following week I'm going to the new sprint car series in California. They're getting 27 to 28 cars weekly.
Okay. Somebody just said that Chaz is George Carlin. Who is that?
Where you been up to lately?
I'm on the phone in Pennsylvania. What do you want to talk about? Let's hear it.
And I went, the oldest asphalt track in the state of California. I went there last Saturday. It's a crying shame what's going on there.
What, Kearns?
No, Orange Hill Speedway in San Bernardino.
Oh, no. What's happening?
There's no one in the stands. I say maybe 125 people in the grandstands.
That's bad.
They've been around almost 80 years. That's a long time.
Right.
They went dirt to asphalt and back to dirt and back to asphalt. And the first start out was dirt.
Right.
They went in 1964 or 65. They went to pavement, and about 10 years ago they went back to dirt. And after about 6 months, back to asphalt.
Okay.
And there's no one in the grandstands, and no car count. Out of 7 divisions, 54 cars in the pit.
Wow. That's horrible.
That's terrible.
Am I supposed to cry?
I hate to say it. It's racing down in California.
It is dying, and it's because of the lack of fans.
And everybody wants to go to the fucking beach or the movies or something like that, or party.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, too much to be for the fucking bucks out here in California.
Right.
I mean,
and somebody just lied. Hold on. Somebody just lied in the comment section and said Lincoln was standing room only Wednesday. I was there. It was not. I think that dirt racing overall is kind of dying.
It's dying across the whole country.
Yeah.
And because I hate to see tracks close and people selling these tracks off to make more money what they're bringing in.
Yeah. Is it streaming?
Yeah. I think that's
the big bad wolf. Everybody calls streaming. Although I don't see these fucking racetracks going out there and trying to reach people. They just keep blaming somebody else. 10, 15 years ago, it was everything else to do on a Saturday night. Now it's streaming. It's another fucking scapegoat. I hear when I hear streaming, I hear a lazy fucking track promoter.
They don't do like everything. They think the way to go on Facebook. It's not.
No, you got to go actually promote, you lazy fuck.
Yeah, well, we used to do at Corona Raceway in Ascot Park back in the day.
Right.
Before they went out of business. You used to see free tickets in the mail, and they went around town advertising the racetrack.
Right. They don't do it no more. They just blame everything else but themselves. This is why I call it the problem with the sport is fucking ego. They don't want to say it's them. It's everyone else. It ain't because I'm an asshole to my girlfriend. It's because, I don't make enough money or something. It's everything but them.
Some of these tracks, and you're getting too damn expensive to get in.
Yep. It's true.
I go to Paris. It's $30 to get into Paris now.
Wow. Well, it's $45 to get into an outlaw show over here.
That's a regular show at Paris.
That's not bad, to be honest.
You want to get 21 and 22 sprint cars?
Yeah, but it's not that bad compared to the rest of the country.
And plus $10 a park, that's $40 for you walk in the gate.
Y'all don't have enough fans to make a difference. PA's the only place that can.
The PA, I like that track.
Just everything here is great.
Yeah, I won't mind going there one time.
You have to do it before you go away. Apparently, I'm the one that kept you alive.
Yeah, and like I said, I was in pretty bad shape this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was in the hospital for 28 days.
And you say you told me that your doctor said that I was the reason you stayed alive. I have not forgot this.
He said I kept listening to him on ICU. He said I'm keeping them alive, listening to people and stuff.
Nice.
And like I said, I got pretty bad this year.
Wow.
You wouldn't even recognize I lost 90 pounds of weight.
I need to lose 90 pounds. Shit, I might not be single if I had lost 90 pounds. Hell, the ex-girlfriend told me I was fat and shit. I mean, fuck. I mean, she didn't sign up for this. She didn't sign up for this, she said. Nicole, we have a Nicole Doyle. Sent $20 super chat. Keep up the good work. Get your butt. They say, get my butt back to Aussie land. That's what they're telling me.
Hey, I listened to what you were saying over in Australia. There's so much ahead of us in racing.
It's so fucking true, man. In
and
dirt track
racing,
they treat dirt racing like it's NASCAR.
I mean, yeah, and run by the government over there.
Yeah.
It should be out here.
It is. It's true.
I mean, everything's. I mean, I was watching what you're saying. I said, you know, we ain't drunk in the grandstands. They have to watch the racing.
Yeah. Well, and me and Rico talked about this. The big difference is the fans. I feel like the fans over here, they use it, and I'm sorry to say it, I am intoxicated, but they use it as a reason to get drunk, more so than to go watch racing. They just use it as a reason to go get fucked up on the weekends. It's not because they actually like it.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it's a fan base issue.
And like I told someone, you see what's going on in California, you see what's going to cost the whole United States.
Yeah.
No one's coming into racing no more.
No.
And you can afford it, and don't stay along in racing.
It's true.
And I had a late model, asphalt late model. I had to get rid of it because it was breaking my ass. It's cost me $700 a week to race it.
Wow.
And I was a car and I said, I can't afford this no more. I got rid of it.
It makes sense to me. If you ain't getting respected, the fuck.
Yeah, and you was racing for $400 to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't worth it no more.
All right. We got one more caller. One more. Is there anything else you want to say?
No, they have a good week. I'll let you know what's going on in Bakersfield this weekend and the following weekend with the new sprint car series.
You better. What's the new sprint car series name?
I can't think of it off. It'll be on Flow next Saturday.
Okay. It's not SCTT or whatever. It's not NARC. It's something else.
It's on a USAC. You got 410s and 360s mixed together.
Okay.
You know, on the 410s, that's one baffles to slow down the 410 motors, and you're getting 27 to 28 cars.
Okay.
That ain't bad.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know what happens. Thank you,
I
Nicole Doyle,
informed.
by the way. What?
Yeah, this Saturday I'm headed to Bakersfield for the midgets.
Oh, shit. Bakersfield's a nice facility.
I agree with you. And Kern County's a nice facility, too.
It is. Kevin Harvick's Kern County.
Yeah. First time I went to the dirt track to Kern County, that was the best racing I've ever seen in a long time on dirt.
Really?
You turned 3 times on 1 and 2.
Wow.
These are more side jobs you ever seen in your lifetime.
Wow. It is Kevin Harvick's facility now. So.
Yeah, it's 2 owners on it.
Yeah.
Kevin Harvick and I can't think of the other promoter. they're on both. And Kern County, that's a nice track. And we lose in Erindale end of the year.
Right.
You going out to that fucking Hamilton race this year in California?
I'm not sure just yet.
I'm on the way back from a said. I'm gonna stop off and watch on Sunday.
Okay. Let me know how it goes next week.
I will. I'll call you in. Call and let you know how it goes.
Okay. You're the West Coast reporter.
All right. Talk to you later, Chaz.
All right.
All right. Talk to you later, buddy. Bye.
Bye. Oh, my. We have a 717 voicemail. Let's see. Oh, my. Does he want to talk shit? Who is this? 717. This is a PA number, ladies and gentlemen. We're calling it back. 970, we're calling you back here if he doesn't answer. Is this Shawn Michael?
Shawn Michael.
Oh, who is this? It's a 717 number. Who is it?
This is Johnny Strauzer.
Okay. Oh, no. The Johnny Strauzer's a lot. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
Hey, I don't
Johnny
know. What'd you say, Sean?
What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I just thought I was calling the Chaz here.
Oh, my God. We got to call this 970 back.
He's got that. He's got your number up on his screen there.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
We got to call this 970 back. What do you want to say, Johnny Strauzer?
Oh, they were talking about Riverside's fencing situation. And hell, I was watching that race on TV, and they didn't have any cables running through that fence.
No, they didn't. They didn't have no catch cables at all.
No, that's the problem. I mean, hell, that fence can't hold nothing without any cables in it.
But what's more dangerous, Riverside with a makeup fence or Williams Grove in Port Royal with none?
Well, they don't have any people out in there, though.
I'm just saying, though.
Riverside.
Well, maybe that's the only adjustment Riverside should do is, like, outlaw those areas, but treat it like there's not a fence.
That's what I'd do. You'd save a hell of a lot of racing equipment if you didn't have a fence at all.
Right. That's true. That's true.
You know, we had a go-kart track over here one time. We were using the insurance company, the big insurance company used to have everywhere around here. And they we were racing at
Is that the same insurance company that made Williams Grove take their bridge out?
Might have been. But we were this track was this was about a half-mile track almost, a road course deal. And there was no way we could fence all that in, not in an airport, they had to come down every time. So they just told us that what we had to do was basically put a fence around the spectators in the pit area. Make a designated spectator area.
Right.
Everything else is off limits, and a designated pit area, and put a fence around that, and we're good to go.
And I mean, that's how I think Riverside should do it. Treat it like there's not a fence.
Yeah. Just fence the people in and fence the pit area in.
Right.
But,
all right. Is that all you wanted to say?
No, that wreck that was down there, it's just damn good that didn't happen coming off of turn 4.
Yeah, it could have been worse.
What I'm saying, Sean? Oh, my God, I hate to think of it.
If the fencing is the same on the front and back straightaway, that's a problem.
Yeah, it is. It's just got, looks like rebar running through there, like number 5 bar, 5/8 bar, and that's it. I mean, that's even spliced together, at places. And the fence is just tie wrapped with steel ties on holding the fence to the poles.
Right.
And earlier in the night, when one of the cars went through there or hit the fence in front of the pit area, and it just bent the pole flat over. They pulled it out of the ground and stuck another pole in the ground, but I don't know if they didn't run sprint cars there before, did they?
Yeah, they run 360s.
Oh, okay. Well, they can go through a fence too.
Yeah, they can.
Pretty slick. Yeah,
can.
right. But they're having
anyways,
this big to-do on TV here about this. And that's,
you just embarrass yourself in front of the country is all you do when you do it with High Limit.
What's that?
You just embarrass yourself in front of the country when you do it when High Limit's there.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, that's the worst time for it to happen.
Right. I heard
And
the
I
track
don't blame
promoter was
the-
saying that to people, how he was saying, like, don't go through my fence tonight, because he knew it was that bad.
I heard, yeah. He told one of the drivers, he said, just don't go through my fence.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so he knew it was subject to, yeah. But I don't blame, Sweet and them talking to him about that. I mean, I'd have sure as hell brought that up. I might have brought that up before it even happened.
Right.
Because we all know
Preventative.
cables is what. Pardon?
Preventative
We know
things.
the cables is, preventative. That's what you need.
Right.
This shit that you do after it's too late, it's too late.
That's how people die.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Hey, what did happen there? What happened at Baps there with what's his name?
Oddn't it?
Driver. Yeah.
Well, they put
But what
a
is-
wall there now. There's a wall that protects it from happening.
What was the bad part of that wreck that caused that tragedy?
Well, from my understanding, it was they didn't have a wall that closed, and it was an opening.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah. Well, there's got to be exits, egresses off of the racetrack. Has to be on an open
Right.
track. But you
they got
have
it to where it
have
swings open and closes now.
Oh, okay. Is that right?
Yeah, before it was just open.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Back to
Well,
the
they used to
issues
just
I'm seeing
offset.
with Fonda, naturally.
Yeah. They used to have it that it just offset quite a bit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the end of the fence that you're coming toward set back.
Right.
Pretty far.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm
And that's-
banned from Fonda anyway after this show, but
How the hell did you manage to do that?
oh, just by saying anything. These egos are so little dick,
Oh,
small,
okay.
short man syndrome. You can't say anything against their power, or you're
Yeah,
fucking
right.
kicked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I think they forget that these are businessmen that running these racetracks.
Right. And that's what's happening to me. I'm speaking against the businessman, and they don't like it, so I'm banned.
You got to be
It's that
careful
simple.
there. Yeah, that's right. That is
Right.
exactly right.
That's all it is.
You're reaching right into their pocket, Sean.
Right. Exactly.
When you say anything, you might. As
Well,
well
I'm
get
not
your
reaching
stick
in their pocket. I'm reaching in their ego, and that's the one thing they
Well,
paid
yeah.
for their whole life.
Yeah, that's right, and that's the thing they want to maintain.
Right.
At any
They didn't
cost.
get their hot fucking wife because they were attractive. They got it because of the money.
That's exactly right. Most cases, yeah. Yep.
They bought everything, and they can't buy me. That's why they don't like my ass.
Hey, I'll let you go. I won't hold you on the phone. But it's good talking to you.
Yeah, we got to get up there in a go-kart. We got to whoop some ass. I'm about 40 pounds heavier than I was, but we'll still win,
I got when you can run.
All right, well,
I have
thank
a
you
kid
for
that runs
calling
it.
in, man.
All right, thank you.
No problem, Jeremy.
Bye now. Yep.
Bye. Strasser there calling. All right, we got this 970 we said we were going to call. We're calling it back. This could be bad. We're about 6 beers in. Only 6. We're not fully fucking gone. We're not blood drunk, I called 970. We got live proof. We're calling it right now. Oh, didn't answer. We got 209. We missed the call. 209. Let's see what's y'all hearing the phone ring, right?
Let's see who it is.
Oh, my God. All right, there's the number. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't call this number on the screen right now, we're about to jump on iRace and whoop your ass. We're going to end the stream here in about 10 minutes and go on to iRacing and start whooping some fucking ass over fucking Ernest Goes to School's name. That's what we're doing. Ernest Goes to School. I will school your ass on some iRacing. Kyle Larson is scared of me. It's just what it is. Kyle Larson can't beat me on iRacing. There's no fucking way. I'm too good. Numbers. Oh my God. We got us a call. Oh, it's a 7. It's a fucking 717 number in the building. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Who is this? Is this JVI?
Chaz, this is Billy from over at the Grove.
No, it's not. Billy, which one?
From up at the up by the tree line, we were hanging out last summer up by the bonfire.
Oh, where the drunk girls were with the big titties.
We had the big pallet fire back there.
Oh my God! What's up? What do you want? Do you want to know if I'm gonna be there tomorrow? The fucking only thing gonna be there tomorrow is the rain.
No, I wanted to see who do you think out of all these young guys are the up and comers, bro? Like, what do you think of like JJ Loss and like all these young guys hopping in like that are getting in cars? Who do you think's the up and comers in PA?
The problem with PA is the same problem with Brock Zierfoss. That's my honest answer.
Oh well, Zierfoss shouldn't even be on the road.
No,
bro.
no. What I mean by that is you got a lot of people putting their money in their kids instead of putting them in the drivers. You know,
well, like
I think you could take Logan Sparr right now to a 410 and dominate. Logan Sparr.
Oh yeah, Sparr's an animal. Yeah,
that's what I mean. He's dominating 305s or Zach Rhodes or any of these guys. Why are they not getting chances in the upper echelon? Because their dad don't own the car.
I'm thinking like Chase Dietz, Troy Wagaman.
They're okay. They're okay. I'll take. Dude, you said Chase Dietz, Troy Wagaman, right?
Yeah.
I'll take. Give me 3 weeks. I'll pick fucking Logan Sparr and Zach Rhodes over both of them in a 410. They would dominate the area.
I would take Sparr over Chase Dietz.
Right. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I think Zach Rhodes is good too. That's more of a long shot. But Logan Sparr, buddy. Logan Sparr.
Cody Hartlove.
Cody Hartlove don't really have the proper equipment.
No, not right now. He just stepped up out of 358s.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. I think the problem with PA racing is you got too many daddies paying for their sons to race. If you put fucking hitters in the car, and your hitters are the ones in the affordable class, 305 is the only thing affordable. Those 358s are $40,000 motors. You know,
yeah,
so
305 is better to watch.
Well, I'm just saying that's the only affordable class where you could show what you got. You know, you could out money somebody in the 358. You can't really out money somebody in the 305.
I'd really like to see more USAC shows in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but you didn't ask me that. But regardless, yeah.
Well, I mean that too. Like, I mean, I'm like really like seeing who's up and coming in the PA scene, and I'd like to see USACs come more to Pennsylvania.
Let me tell you something right now. This is what I believe. If you took the top three in the top three performers in the 305s right now, will be Logan Sparr, Zach Rhodes will be up there. Who else?
You got Logan Sparr. I don't know. I'd have to look at the standings right now. I know, like Sparr, I think he won 7 or 8 races last
Rhodes
year.
is there. Rhodes is right with him. He may not be in the points, but I think Rhodes is good. Who else? Who's another 305 guy?
I don't know, because, I mean, coming to the Grove, they come maybe like 6 or 7 times a year.
Well, all I'm saying is that, let's just say, okay, Logan Sparr, Zach Rhodes. If you took those two fucking guys, Logan Sparr and Zach Rhodes right now, and you put them in good 410 rides, Freddie Raymer's a thing of the past. Danny Dietrich's a thing of the past. These guys would walk up in that 410 division within a month and a half maybe. You got to get used to the power. They would destroy these fucking guys. You know, because these are the guys who are fucking killers. These people in 410s, let's not fucking trick our fucking selves here. Jeremy Elliott says all the time, he said it with Michael Rigsby, nobody in 410 racing is poor. The fucking engine is $70,000. The motor itself, cash money. Cash money. Just like I bitch at NASCAR because it takes multiple millions to get over there to NASCAR. And our 410 guys are better, gravel and all these guys. The same thing applies. Your 410 guys here in PA aren't that fucking great. They just have the money to do it.
Yeah, they're not that good outside the state.
Right. We see this. You take Logan
What
Spar's.
about?
I'm just saying, you take Logan Spar's Zach Rhodes to 410s in a month and a half. They put these bitches behind them.
Well, what's going on with Doug Hammaker? We've seen him step into a 410 for a couple years, and he wasn't really doing nothing, and he was in 358. But now he came back to 358, and he's dominating the track on the 358.
I'll explain that for you real easily. Who is the one of the best motor builders for 358s?
Danny, I would say, or I mean, I think Danny's the one that did his graphics on his car. I'm not sure who built his motor.
I believe that Hammaker makes a pretty damn good 358 motor.
Yeah, Hammaker's dominant in 358 right now. I mean,
so you're back to equipment.
Like Steve Owing.
But you're back to equipment. They got the motor program for the 358. You step into 410s, you can't rely on that motor program anymore. You got to be able to outdrive motherfuckers. You know?
Yeah, and like I see guys that have
that
been
358 thing's kind of, I don't know. A lot of people don't like 358s. I like the old wings. I honestly think 305, 410 should be the only two divisions in sprint car racing. There's too many of them.
I don't understand all these big faces in 410s that aren't really doing much, like Kyle Moody. I mean, he's hit or miss, but Moody hasn't been doing much.
Right, but he's self-funded. This is back to the Brock Zirfoss situation. They're self-funded. Do you want your kid to be out there in your car, or do you want some guy who's good in 305s to be in your car? Do you want Brock Zirfoss in your car, or do you want some fucking hitter in the car? It's back to kids and their daddies. You are lucky in PA to have Anthony Macri and Brent Marx's as an example of successful kids in their daddies' rides.
Yeah, Brent Marx is really successful.
Right, but you got kids in their daddy's rides who are looking good, but you got kids in their daddy's ride who don't. And they're not fixing it.
Yeah. Logan Schuhart's good.
Right, you got some good examples, but hold on. For the daddies out there, I'm not trying to offend you, but sometimes your kid's not that good. Your kid's not Anthony Macri. Your kid's not Brent Marks. Sometimes your kid's Brock Zirfoss. You need to put someone else in the car to fucking perform. That's what it is.
I feel like Macri's been driving really aggressively, though.
Well, he's got a chip on his shoulder. I talked to him at BAPS. Anthony Macri wants to dominate.
What about that movie threw on Aaron Bollinger up at Port?
I think that was an accident.
Yeah, some people are saying that was intentional. Some people are saying
they're just biased. That's because Aaron Bollinger went on Facebook, pointed to Anthony Macri, and Aaron Bollinger fans went after Anthony Macri. I mean, hold on. How many negative comments were there to Anthony Macri? Like, let's just say there were 40. Let's just say there were 40. I only counted about 5, to be honest with you. I only counted about 5 that were fucking shitting Anthony. 5 people? Let's say there were 40.
Yeah.
40 people? You're worried about 40. And this is back to the ego of the sport. If you're Anthony Macri and you can't handle 40 people mad at you, you're not strong enough. You need to fucking get some armor on your fucking back. Kyle Busch goes out there and does something wrong. There's fucking 3 or 4 million people calling him a fucking douchebag, asshole, dumb motherfucker. Fuck these comment sections. Fuck them.
I mean, one kid that I've had the chance to talk to Austin Bishop a lot too, like down in the pits, and I'd love to see Austin Bishop pick up and like Bishop. I think he had a win over at Selinsgrove this year. I'd like to see him start picking up more speed.
Yep.
So I mean, Bishop has the skill, but all these other guys out there, it's like, unless you're top dog and you're running the front of the pack, you're not going to win that race.
That 410 division's a lot about equipment. But I also will say PA is failing in promoting performers. Logan Spar, Zach Rhodes, these other guys who are winning on the lower divisions shouldn't be stuck there. They should be promoted. When guys perform on your 305 level, they should be promoted to the 410s. I'm sorry, this 358 thing is not going to work. It's too much money. It's a cesspool of money. The 305 guys performing in Pennsylvania should be promoted to 410 immediately. Logan Spar, Zach Rhodes, these guys who are whooping ass, winning races. If you're winning races on 305s for a consistent amount of time, you should be promoted to 410. And I think PA is failing in that department.
Well, my biggest question is, why is Williams Grove now promoting the high limit racing series? Like, why are they not having any high limit racing? You know, that's
hold on. I'll make it real simple. And they don't want to admit it, but they're fucking idiots. Who is the official streaming partner of Williams Grove?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
It's Dirt Vision. Who's the official streaming partner of High Limit?
Flow Vision.
Flow Racing, yes. It's that simple.
But that could be.
It's that simple, dude. That's the big money ticket. The big money ticket's in the streaming. It just
you're talking bringing in money. You want to put at least 2 or 3 high limit shows at the Grove. I mean, that's a half-mile track.
Here's what I would be saying. If you're Danny Dietrich, and I'm not trying to be mean to Danny in this, because Danny don't like me or fucking whatever, I don't care. But here's what I would say. If I'm Danny Dietrich, if I'm Troy Wagaman Jr., if I'm Devin Borden, if I'm any of the people that make Williams Grove right now, the people running there on a regular Friday fucking night who are your title contenders, your up front, your Freddie Ramers, any of them, I'm not upset about what you're talking about. I'm upset, and this is Port Royal, all of them, Lincoln, whatever your guys are, whoever your stable, whatever your weekly fucking roster, this is what I would call it, a roster of guys who are supposed to sell you tickets to come and watch. I'm sitting there saying, and I did this is what I'm asking this for. Why is my face not on a billboard? Why do I not have a cardboard cutout at the local bar or pub? Why are y'all not promoting me to this local area? Hold on, let me see. Hold on, Harrisburg, the capital, the capital of Pennsylvania. You know this, right? It's the capital of Pennsylvania. Hold on. We're trying to maybe get 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people there. Hold on, let's see here. Hold on. We're trying to get AI to answer the question. Look at this. Look. This is why I don't blame streaming. I blame lazy track promotion. There are 572,000 people in the Harrisburg metro area. 572. Okay, so what is 10,000 people out of 572? And I've done this math before. This is why I have my opinions. Hold on. What is the percentage of 10,000 people which would sell out the Grove? Look, this is why I don't blame streaming. Williams Grove Speedway can't get 1 point, or Lincoln or Port, whatever you want to call them, they can't get 1.75% of the population to come to their racetrack. You got 572,000 people to get 10,000 from, and instead of going out there, and this is not just Williams Grove, Lincoln, Port, anybody, this is a shock for promoters. Y'all lazy, not y'all, you lazy fucking, whoever you are blaming streaming, you need to go do the stats on your fucking area. Here's your stats. PA area. You got 500,000 fucking people. You're trying to get 10,000 of them. What do? Do you put Danny Dietrich in a cardboard cutout at the hottest fucking nightclub in Harrisburg? Or do you sit back and blame streaming?
I'm saying even if you put him at like the local beer distributor in Mechanicsburg or somewhere that someone's going to walk in to buy booze, you could at least be popping up the numbers somewhat.
You could do something, right? You could be proactive instead of blaming. Back to the egos. The egos don't want to think they're not doing good enough. The ego don't want to go to work. The ego says, I'm big enough, you should love me. The ego says, if you don't love me, it's someone else's fault. This is called narcissism, the actual true meaning of narcissism. They don't want to take accountability for their fucking results. I would say their actions, but the actions is the results. So this is...
And it's definitely...
Go ahead.
It's sad because, I mean, you have local guys that love this sport more than life itself. You got guys like Jordan Gibler and Austin Bishop and guys that show up there just so they can, you know, spend time with the fans and try to make racing a memorable moment for them. But, you know, it's sad that there isn't enough promotion behind it, that these guys that are spending their free time to try to make memories with these fans, it's like, where's it all going?
And honestly, how much money would it take to put a Danny Dietrich cardboard cutout in a fucking nightclub? You could probably barter it. You could probably, if you were, if I was running Williams Grove Speedway, for instance, and I have all these numbers that they got some big fucking numbers when they got them, you know. They got big crowd attendance. They had pull. They got Weiss on their fucking, you know, victory lane. You could walk up to a nightclub and be like, hey, throw the big dick on the table and be like, hey, I got this. And then the club guy could be like, I got this. And then you're like, all right, well, if you help me here, I'll help you there. Hey, after Williams Grove, you know, you go to such and such club or so. I'm talking about reaching regular people. You know, we don't reach regular people. I think the problem with the dirt track racing world is we're too off in the fucking woods sometimes. We don't want to come outside and let people know we're around for some fucking reason. You know, it's like, why don't we try to get people to the track? Why do we sit back and blame everything but ourselves?
The sad part of it, bro, is some people come to it, and, like, I was at the Grove, like, a week or two ago, bro. While I was there was kids doing burnouts out back on Beer Hill. They got kicked out. The cops got called. And you had a kid in there who was underage. He was drinking, got arrested. It's like, this is the type of publicity that Williams Grove does not need. Like, they don't need some young punks coming in there ruining the scene for people that truly enjoy racing.
It's hard out there for a pimp. You know, I mean, fuck, you're going to cause a little ruckus. I mean, we ain't talking about shooting people. I'm just saying, like, you could expose it to people who, look, how many people got arrested in that situation? Or in trouble?
I mean, if you're
two or three people? Hold on. 2 or 3 people. So let's just say 2 or 3 people got in trouble for doing something stupid. I can name way more than 2 or 3 people who are doing something stupid at Kings Royal, at Knoxville. Yeah, I'm just saying. So you want to restrict your ability to attract thousands based on 2 or 3?
I don't want to restrict the ability, but I don't want people going there acting foolish and ruin it for people that actually come there and act responsible.
Right. Right?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with drinking and having a good time, but when you're out there and you're drawing enough attention to yourself where the cops have to come to the track, that's just getting a little out of hand.
But at the same time, was it everybody or was it 2 or 3 people?
It was 2 or 3 people. It wasn't at all the majority.
So don't judge everyone based on a few people's actions. That's how you get stupid.
Right.
I'm just saying, I think the tracks could be doing way more. If I'm a Danny Dietrich or Devin Borden or any of these local racers, and if I'm a track promoter and I'm mad at streaming, no. I try to say this in all these videos when I talk about track promotion because I got into it pretty deep. Every successful business works on 80% rotational and 20% diehards, right? So what I mean by that is, like, if you got a really good restaurant, you're successful based on 20% of the people coming to your restaurant that eat your food every single week. And the only way you make money is by the 80% of people who don't come to your restaurant at all every week, that are just trying it out. They've heard about it. The food's great, whatever. They come in there and they try it. And that's, in business, that's 80% of the business. In dirt track racing, first of all, when people want to blame streaming, streaming is feeding off of the 20%. There ain't nobody I know that's never heard of dirt track racing about to spend $150 or $400 on Flow or Dirt Vision. They ain't happening. That 20% will do that. But you as a track promoter needs to worry about the 80% that's never heard of it before. That's where the money's at. That's where 500,000 people are. And as long as you're sitting back, and this is why I call it lazy track promotion, this is for everyone in the country who says this. When you sit there and say, I'm mad at streaming for poaching, which is what they do, when they poach 20% of your audience, and that's why you don't have a crowd, you're failing as a promoter to get the 80%. Because if you get that 80%, you're not losing anything. You're not losing shit, because those 80% ain't buying this stuff. You know, and that's why we have a problem with the youth movements. That's why I say clubs. That's why I say, you know, get into these younger markets, because we aren't even concerned with the younger market. We're worried about fucking 55-year-old Dave buying fucking Dirt Vision and staying at home. The fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
That's what it is. Fucking 20-year-old fucking Jimmy over here banging his fucking chick ain't buying Dirt Vision or Flow. It's Dave, 55-year-old Dave.
Yeah, the young crowd likes going out having a good time.
Right. Why aren't we selling our sport? I had this discussion with Michael Rigsby, runner of Flow. I said, hey, why aren't you as Flow? And this is, if I was streaming and I was trying to grow the sport as they say they are, Flow's the closest thing to a mainstream media that we got. I sit there and say to Michael Rigsby, I say, why is Flow not going to Buffalo Wild Wings? Why is Flow not going to Hooters? Why is Flow not going to these chain restaurants and trying to strike a deal where these chain restaurants dedicate one TV to Flow Sports? And every night of the week, they show something from Flow, or Saturday night, they show something from Flow Racing, and you expose the sport to these new people. You know, why ain't y'all doing it? I didn't get no reply, but I said, if Flow Racing, Flow Sports, sorry for the burping, if Flow Sports wants to promote the sport, why aren't you striking these deals? This is how streaming could help the sport of dirt track racing. By exposing it to new people.
Area.
Well, no, they had the money to where they could strike a deal with the fucking Buffalo Wild Wings or Hooters to where one TV at least in all of their fucking restaurants across the world, country, is dedicated to Flow Sports. And that would expose it. You know, that would get it out there like a television station does. You know, so it's a yin for yang situation. I just think that track promoters, for one, I think if I'm Danny Dietrich or any of these people, I'm pissed off that my track's blaming streaming, and Danny, I think, blames streaming. Why are you blaming streaming where your track is failing in promoting you to people? Promoter is supposed to be promoting its product. If I'm Williams Grove, if I'm Lincoln, if I'm Port Royal, my product that I, as a promoter, is responsible for promoting to my local area of 500,000 people is Danny Dietrich, is Devin Borden, is these stars. People show up for fucking stars. They don't go to a Taylor Swift concert to watch guitars and drums. They go to watch Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
They don't go to a racetrack to watch sprint cars and late models. They go to watch who's performing in the fucking instrument. Who's your stars? They want to see stars. You as a track promoter are responsible for promoting those stars to the people. When I see a fucking flyer that says this Friday night at BAPS or fucking whatever, Lincoln or whatever, sprint cars and modifieds. I literally just saw somebody put a flyer out for a Taylor Swift concert that said, come watch fucking guitars and drums this Saturday at AT&T Stadium. Who's buying that fucking ticket?
Yeah, it's almost sickening to watch people go to something like Taylor Swift and won't even spend money at the local track.
But that's the local track's fault. They're not selling their product. They're not selling their product.
Nope, not at all.
It's back to the ego.
The only place I see Williams Grove advertised is on the Williams Grove Speedway page on Facebook. That's it.
And what does it say? Come see sprint cars and modify or whatever at Williams Grove Friday. You know what that is? When I see a fucking ad that says come, and I may lose my credentials because of this. When I see an ad that says come see sprint cars at Williams Grove, I see an ad that says come see guitars at Wells Fargo Arena. Who wants to buy that fucking ticket? Who am I coming to see? Who? And this is the problem. This is the problem. The relationship between the track and the driver needs to be fucking loyal. You know, Lanny Edwards, who started the World of Outlaws, started the Chili Bowl, he called racers whores. And it's talking about selling out for the money. And he was talking about how he did this stuff. He built drivers up, but once somebody offered a little more money, they left. The loyalty was gone between the track and the driver. Once another track offered $5,000 more, that whore, that driver was gone. And that is the problem. That is the problem. That is the fear of a Danny Dietrich. That is the fear of a Devin Borden being promoted by Williams Grove. Oh, why would Williams Grove promote you on Friday? Or let's say Lincoln and Port, because that's the battle. Why would Lincoln Speedway promote Danny Dietrich and Devin Borden if I'm going to sell you for Port Royal?
Yeah.
So there needs to be more loyalty between the drivers and the tracks. And that's the problem.
Yeah, who knows when that'll ever change.
I mean, I'm offering ideas. That's all.
No, I mean, your ideas are 100% valid. I mean, there's no advertisement for the star driver that is going there to
perform,
burn the tires off.
The performer. The performer that's selling your show.
And that's what it is. I mean, because a lot of them guys go there to see Danny race or Freddie race or Macri race.
Right. But anyway, I guess we'll let you go. You're done.
All right, man.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in.
Yep. Take it easy, bro.
All right. We did hang up earlier. That's because I got to take a piss so bad. Hold on. We're going to try this number, and if it doesn't answer, we're going to take a piss.
Hey, what's up, Chaz?
All right. Run your mouth off. I got to pee. Go. What do you want to say?
Here we go. I think it's a problem down at Riverside.
Hold on. I got to pee, and I'm listening to you in my ear, but I got to pee. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, where you at?
I mean, I thought you would talk so I could hear what you want to say. What's going on?
Okay, I could have been talking. I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
Yeah, I could. I told you I could hear you.
Okay, you told me you was in a hurry here, and now you run off from me.
Okay, what's
hey,
up?
Listen, the problem down there at Riverside's obvious. They didn't have no cables running through that fence at all.
Mm-hmm.
There was no cables running. That's what holds race cars back.
Right.
I mean, it ain't the spindly little poles, 2-inch conduit that they run up there and hang the fence on. It's
Correct.
the cables. Now, they didn't have anything around the ends, that's true, but they didn't have any people right there either.
Right.
I mean, we had to get a go-kart race insured one time at an airport, and hell, we couldn't fence that whole airport in, you know. Besides,
Right.
we had to take that shit down at the end of the night because the planes had to come in there. So what the insurance company and us worked out was we would just fence in the people. You know, we put a fence around the pit area and put a fence around the spectator area, and then that's all the fences we had to put up. You know, you cannot have a race car go into a crowd of people.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, but there wasn't nobody seated or standing technically behind the fence of Riverside.
But here's the point. Here's my point, and listen to me.
Okay, I'm listening.
Suppose that wreck that ripped that 40 feet of fence out would have happened off of turn 4. Huh? That fence that's in front of them people, in no way was going to stop.
Well, that was my suggestion. I said when my analysis was, you should start treating Riverside like that fence is not there.
Yeah, really.
Right. Like the track should as well. Like, because I was saying, like, well, Williams Grove don't have a fence. Port Royal don't have a fence. I mean, if we're worried about driver safety, that's a whole nother situation. I do agree. I said if the same fence is on the front straight and the back straight, that should be not allowed. But as far as the corners, if Riverside don't have a fence, why does it matter?
Right. Yeah, I've been listening to you. You're making a lot of sense there. You got a good point. I do too. You know, I mean, you could have a fence wherever there's people. You got to have a fence. You got to have a good fence. Can't be a chicken shit fence like they had in turns 1 and 2.
Right. Don't have the illusion
that you have a fence when you really don't. You saw how big a hole that tore in that fence.
No, it was bad.
A little bit earlier in the night, they had a car hit there in front of the pit area, you know, and rip out a chunk of fence. Forget who that was, but no, that could have been a bad deal there too.
Yeah, I wouldn't park cars over there in 1 and 2. you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell, I was at Selinsgrove one time and tore the fences down at an Enduro race, so they just put wrecked cars there.
My first fucking race at Selinsgrove, some guy yard sold it off of 1 and 2, like 40, 50, 60 feet.
Yeah. Did he make that dirt road there? It goes around.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I've been at all these tracks many times, and you see dangerous shit. I mean, just as a spectator, I'll look at something and say, man, that's no good. They need to have an attenuator at the end of that son of a bitch. Well, they got a tractor tire laying there. That's freaking tractor tires.
So you've been around. What's your opinion on the tracks promoting the drivers? They don't do it. They don't do it.
Oh, absolutely. That's what they got to do. You don't put an ad in the paper and say, well, we got 410 sprint cars and late models this week. Well, do you have any drivers driving them?
Yeah, who's your stars? Who's the performer?
They're just they're remote control cars that go around the track.
Right, like that's how they act.
Yeah, they act like that's what it is. Now, the people is the key. Now, when did you become a race fan?
Well, I have my opinions based on running race tracks.
Well, I'm just asking you this. We're headed somewhere else.
I think everybody who's a fan of sprint car racing has been a fan since birth because they ain't made no fucking fans since then. Well, who have they made? Who has dirt track racing made a fan of? Who's the new fan? Who? Well, how many fucking fans, dude? I could show you I'll show you my YouTube analytics. Dude, I guarantee you. Me and David Gravel had this discussion.
Some of my buddies have kids that they've been taking to the races for years, and they're like, you know, they were taking to the races in the '90s. You know, when Wolfgang was still around.
Right, back when it was. This is why I do blame Code Trickle. There was a big shift in motorsports. I mean, people don't want to listen to it, but it's real.
Well, let me make this point, okay, and then you can go ahead. You got to get kids to the racetrack. And I often, when I was at Port Royal helping them out, we had a meeting one night, and I said, "Hey, why don't you guys go around to the Cub Scouts and Boy Scout troops here in the and there's 4 or 5 towns that's around here. They all have a Boy Scout and Cub Scout deal. Now I suppose you would have to do it with Girl Scouts too, because there's a lot of girls in this racing deal. But give them free passes. You know, give out a couple of adult passes and let all the kids in for nothing, and let them come to the racetrack one night."
But see, that's not what happened. You have to understand. Hold on. I did not become a fan of motorsports because somebody gave me a free ticket. I became a motorsports fan because my parents thought it was cool and took me with them. Our problems is that parents don't find it cool anymore. I'm showing the analytics. I guarantee you, I've talked to David Gravel about this. I actually have a bigger female audience than David Gravel. I don't know why. I don't think I'm prettier than him, but maybe I am. Women are weird. But our demographics are very similar. 13 to 17-year-old, 0.3%. Our largest demographic is 45 to 54-year-old people.
Yeah, I believe
but the 45 to 54. Okay, so when I look at this, when I look at this, 25 to 44, 35 to 44. We'll say 25 to 36. I'm about to be 37. I would say that those are the kids. Those are the kids of the 45 to 54. The reason that 13 and 17 and 18 to 24 is so low is because that age range of 25 to 30, they lost interest in dirt track racing. This is where you get into the cold trickle scenario. This 35, 36, 40, 25, they're the parents of what's cool and what their kids are. The Kyle Larson effect, because Kyle Larson is cold trickle part 2. Jeff Gordon was part 1. But this is why this sport is in the fucking dumps. Because dirt track racing lost its appeal to adults. We need to attract 25 to 35-year-olds, and we're not doing it. I never became a dirt track fan because I thought it was cool. I got a free ticket. I became a dirt track fan because my parents wanted to go, and they took me with them. And I'm sure anyone in my age range agrees.
Well, I hear this a lot, and this is just, I live in McAllisterville, which is just a little farm town. But what I hear a lot is, I can't afford to go there. Now, if I take my 3 or 4 kids over there, or a neighbor kid along, and the old lady to watch the kids so I can watch the races, that'll cost me $100. You know, and I hear that a lot.
You roll your eyes, hopefully.
Take them down to City Island to watch a baseball game, see what's going to cost you there.
Right, that's what I say. You roll your eyes, hopefully, to that, because parking at an NFL game is $75. It's because it's not cool. It's because it's not trendy.
Yeah, sit down there and feed the mayflies.
Right. Morgan Wallen is performing tonight at Hershey. It's $600 fucking dollars for a ticket.
Oh,
people are begging to go there.
If they want,
that's a season pass.
The more you want to go, the cheaper it is. You know what I'm trying to say?
The more you want to go, the more expensive it is. But
no, that's not what I mean.
Supply and demand is a real business model.
Yeah, right. And if you want to see it bad enough, you'll pay the money.
Right. We're not in demand. That's my point.
Buddies, you know, I went to the Chili Bowl a couple of years. I went there about 3 years now. And that's almost $100 a night to get in, you know, to get the decent seats and stuff. And pit passes, you got to pay extra for that. But I don't think that's expensive because that's a hell of a show.
Now, you got some fucking idiot in here right now called Mike Stickles. He says, how do you do that with today's bullshit? They would be nothing to bring a non-race fan to the track. Non-race fans is where you make your money.
Well,
these people are so fucking stupid. I just don't know how to deal with them.
You got to make them fans.
Right. You got to expose them to it. At least exposure is the key.
Exactly. I'll tell you, I'd like to
let them decide. And me and Jeremy Elliott get into this all the time. Who's responsible for exposing the sport? I don't want people to be forced to like sprint car racing. I just want them to have the option if they like it or not. Nobody even gets the fucking option to like it or not. They don't even get shown it. No one even sees it.
Well, they're taking some sprint cars, I guess, down to Milton Hershey School. Was it
okay, once a fucking year with the Outlaws is a combination.
And hey, it ain't the racetrack that's doing that.
Right.
Now it's the car owners.
Right. What the fuck is that?
They ain't doing shit. They ain't doing nothing. They're not going to do nothing. Here, we have the racetrack. If you want to race, come and race. Otherwise, we ain't worrying about you.
Right.
And here's the other deal. I could actually see it. It's not going to happen, but I could almost imagine a racetrack, half-mile racetrack, running a full show of races, $10,000 to win, with no people in the stands on this side of the fence.
That's what COVID showed you.
Because you got streaming, and everybody's streaming it. But what the hell? If everybody's streaming it, so what? That's still good money for the track.
Well, and the problem is you're still living on that 20%. Back to the proper business model of any fucking entertainment industry, anything. 20% diehard, 80% rotational. We don't have the 80% rotational, and that's a problem.
Well, TV ain't hurting them. TV's helping them.
Well, but what TV? What are you talking about?
Streaming.
Well, but that's not television.
They'd have less people if there wasn't any streaming.
Well, but there's a lot of my point would be is there's a lot of footwork that's not being walked.
Right.
There's a lot of footwork that's not even being trying. They're not even trying because they're just blaming the big entity of the streaming. That's why I have no fans. Fuck you. Go to work and let's see what you got. They don't go to work. They're lazy.
Well, they're not going to do that. How they just want to go golfing in the afternoon. They don't want to go visiting businesses and trying to get, promote.
Well, and me just saying this is damaging their ego and they hate me for just saying it.
No, we're trying to help them.
Yeah, you would think that, but hold on. You would think that, but what do privileged people say?
Yeah.
Hold on, anyone in position of running these PA tracks, who's built it? Who's built one of these tracks from the ground up and made it a big deal? Any of them, seriously?
Well, probably Bob Weichert.
Well, yeah, but you just referenced somebody who was relevant in the 80s.
Yeah.
Who fucking built a track here recently? Who made it big? Port Royal's the closest thing, and they needed government assistance to do it. That's the truth.
Well, at least they went out and got that. I don't.
I'm just saying the people at the helm are all privileged. They
his
don't want to
name?
go to work.
The guy that ran the Springs. What was his name? What's his name? He's still involved a little bit down at Lincoln, I guess.
Which one?
The guy that runs Silver Springs.
I think the only guy who's really putting in time is probably Baps, because Baps is a little kid in the fight.
They're doing some stuff. They are, yeah.
But they're the only little kid in the fight. They're Port Royal in the mid 2000s. Port Royal used to be a fucking junk shit fucking facility.
Oh yeah. Well,
people used to make fun of it.
So was the promotion. So was the promotion.
I'm just saying, Baps is the modern day Port Royal because Port Royal's established now, so they're being lazy about it.
Yeah. Well, they're doing more than they ever did. Put it that way.
But they're established now. Everybody knows Port Royal, which they can accredit that establishment to streaming, and that's why Flo's giving them so much fucking money. I ain't talking about that publicly, but
that's what I meant. Well, I'll tell you what, you were spot on when you said that they canceled that race in New York because the guys could run down to Port Royal quick.
That's right. I think so.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I sat here right before you said that. I said, Yeah, they want them to come to Port Royal Saturday night. And right after I said that, you said, I can tell you what that's all about.
Well, you did not
you said,
text me. I thought of that on my own, so you can
no,
have half.
I know you did. I know you did. I did too. Hell, that's obvious.
But that's
That
how a
was
businessman
freaking obvious.
thinks, right? Well, they're not rescheduling that Saturday or trying to find a track because it don't make business sense. Port Royal pick flow.
Hell no.
They got to
They're
stroke that
track-
fucking ego, buddy. They got to make sure Port Royal loves flow and high limit.
Yeah.
Because Port
Yeah,
Royal's
they
the
don't-
only track in the area that picked them over the Outlaws.
You know, everybody's pissed off about that around Port Royal here, that they're not going to get to see their Outlaws. You know what? I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it.
Outlaws ain't really had a good race at Port.
Well, no. Hell, I went through a freaking 13-year stretch. They didn't have any races at Port Royal.
Right.
They finally did have one. Donnie Riley won it, and Trice they had a fit, and they didn't get them back for another 5 or 6 years.
I'm not sure Selinsgrove was the right replacement, though. I think that 2-day or whatever should have been better at Baps. I think Baps is the best racetrack.
They went in there because I think they got a good deal.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think they're giving Selinsgrove much money. But
I bet you there's some reconsideration there. I think Baps is the up and coming racetrack of the area right now.
Yeah.
Baps is Port Royal in the
people,
2000s.
A lot of people listening to this, and I probably shouldn't say this, but man, I'm thinking Selinsgrove is just going to have a tough road to hoe here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been hearing a lot of stuff, and it's not good. They canceled some races because they didn't have help at the track.
Yeah.
Come on. Holy Christ. I sent them a letter with my resume. I would have announced for them at the go-kart track. I didn't even have an announcer down there for a while.
That go-kart track's where fucking Mariah Romig took me out, that fucking bitch.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, Mariah Romig. Me and Mariah Romig was going at it in 2019. I tracked her ass down and passed her, and she fucking took me out.
You must have been the other car in the 2-car race.
Oh, I fucking ran her down. First try ever. Fucking ran her down, passed her, she took me out.
Hey, she's Miss Port Royal Speedway there for 1 year.
Hey, she's Miss Port Royal these nuts. I fucking passed her ass. She took me out the next corner. Fuck her.
Yeah. I know that family. You know.
Oh, no, they're good people. She was good with the jokes, but
yeah,
I thought it was funny. You even laughed. You knew the family.
Don't get on the wrong side of the mama bear there.
Hey, Mama Bear can get as mad as she wants. The white male has developed guns. We just shoot these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Mama Bear goes down. Make a fucking hat out of Mama Bear.
Yeah. But you ever know racers that duck competition? They'll seek out the track that has the fewest people, the fewest drivers that don't run good.
Well, that used to be known as Brent Marks before this year, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we had that situation with them for quite.
Oh, I didn't say that. You did.
I know, but well, they wouldn't come to. Things had to go their way. They got upset real easy, and they just didn't come to Penns Creek anymore.
Privilege.
You know, where there were 100 crew carts every week or more. Right. Hey, we're gonna hook up and do this Penns Creek thing.
Oh God.
I don't know when it would suit you, but pretty much open for any time, any weekend.
I was good at Penns Creek, and then I fucking spun out.
Well, I expect you to win if you come there on my cart.
Oh God.
Well,
yeah. I drove a cart for Raymond Weiser.
I know. Yeah. Well, Raymond had a lot of wins with some of his drivers.
Yeah, Blake Wood.
But then he'd go on a tangent, sell everything, and then come back with new stuff, and then take him a while to start winning again.
Well, I mean, we he's confused with his identity. We call those people transgender, but I don't know what to call them.
I tease the hell out of him every chance I get.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. Trust me. But anyways, all right, we had you on here 20 minutes. There are people calling. I don't want to be mean and say bye, but
yeah, right. Yeah, it's pretty late anyway. I got to get to bed.
It is
we'll
late.
Get together on this thing. We'll get together on it, all right?
Okay. You let me know. Message me
there.
on Facebook, Long Live the Chaz Thompson, whatever you want.
I'll put you in one that'll run up front for sure.
Oh, God. You need the heavy model.
Yeah, the pressure's on, Chaz.
Oh, God. All right.
Hey,
well, thanks for calling in, sir.
How's Williamson going to work out at Lincoln? Real quick before I go.
They got to start utilizing the crew chief, or it's gonna fill.
Is that car up to snuff? I mean,
yeah, the car's there. He's just not comfortable enough. I think they need to put the fucking crew chief on the wrenches.
Okay, all right.
That's what I think.
Pretty decent. He did better even at Selinsgrove.
Yeah, I mean, he knows how to run it hard as fuck. He just on these technical tracks, he needs somebody he trusts. I think that's his crew chief. He's here. I just think they need to utilize him.
No one can ever tell me he don't have the balls to run it because I've seen him racing sweet as hard as anybody ever did.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
All right. Take care, Chaz. See ya.
All righty, sir. Thank you for calling in.
Bye-bye. Yep, bye.
Oh, my. We have a missed call from Australia. Oh, my God. Hold on. We got a missed call from 97. Hold on. Let me look up where 970's area code is. Some West Coaster. He's going to keep me on here for fucking 3 more hours. Area code location. All right. 970 is Colorado. Oh, my God. No, I don't have 3 hours in me. Hold on. Let's see who 970 is. I got to take it. Let's see. We're calling him. This is record. We called him. If he don't answer, suck a dick. Oh, my God. 970. Please don't answer. Please don't. Please, no. I'm just being authentic. Please don't answer it. Thank you. He did not answer. 970. Oh, no, we're not calling. 703. Where is 703 from? 703 area code location. Virginia. This could be fucking Langley. This could be the FBI. Oh, 970 is calling back. Oh, my God. Hello?
Chaz.
Yes.
Big fan, man.
Okay.
Like what you do. Keep
Colorado.
doing it.
I saw Colorado.
Yeah, I'm about in the shittiest place in the country to be a sprint car fan, but I am.
Ricky Martin territory, yes.
Yep. Hey, I want to talk High Limits Outlaws.
Oh, no.
Come on now.
What? Say it. Let's talk it and let's get through it. It is late. It's 1:30 over here.
Yeah, I'm a little behind you, but yeah, it's late.
What do you want to talk?
Who in their right mind is going to run High Limit when whatever you call them, the promoters, the owners, Sweet and Larson, are running in it? Come on.
I said this for years. There are. Oh, hello. Are you there?
I'm here.
We had a missed call. I said it for years. I think that there's more sprint car drivers that would rather eat lunch with Kyle than beat him on the racetrack.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They want to suck Kyle's dick.
Those two in the interview made me want to puke.
Yeah. They would rather suck Kyle Larson's dick than kick his ass on the racetrack. That's what I firmly believe.
Yeah. But one thing I got to argue with you on.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Well, come on. I love you, man. I love you.
Go ahead.
David Gravel wins the World of Outlaw Championship with the asterisk. That's not his choice. Sweet left.
Yeah.
You know? Sweet left. Carson Macedo asked him, how would you have felt when you were running real good and Shots left the tour?
I mean, sometimes these kids apparently are born in a male body and they feel like they're female. I still feel like they're female.
I hear you.
I'm just saying, I know what you're saying. It wasn't David's choice. I get it. It wasn't David's choice, but I don't know if the asterisk is still there. How can you deny it? That's the chip that they played, though. The World of Outlaws is to blame. The World of Outlaws is to blame for this.
with not giving them the freedom.
Yes, I can't guarantee. I am very intellectually acquitted to think that if when Brad Sweet and Kyle wanted to do this midweek deal, and if the Outlaws would have said, okay, that's fine, yeah, let them run the 12 races. Let Flo and Kyle and all them and High Limit have 12 midweek races y'all schedule around us. If they would have been like, okay, yeah, sure, do that. You wouldn't have High Limit today as you see it. But that's not how that was met, from my understanding.
I think, this is how I think.
Oh, God. Let's see how, you're in Colorado, so you're extremely stoned right now.
No, I'm not. Those days I'm too old for that. Those days are past. But, I've heard you hitting on the ego thing.
Right.
My thing with Larson and Sweet is greed.
Okay.
I think it's greed. I think Brad Sweet's jealous of his brother-in-law. And, I mean, because what do you think the money's like for him double dipping now? How much is he getting to run it? He goes out and he wins $50,000. I'm guessing he's making more than he was making when he was winning championships with the Outlaws.
Double dipping, as you say. You would think that Flo is giving him money in particular to run the series, at least, right?
Well, he's one of the big shots, right?
Right. He's an official.
So that's what I'm saying.
He's a promoter of High Limit. You would think that Flo Racing is giving him money to run the series, at least. At least.
For sure. Something, right? On top of what he's winning.
Right.
I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it. I think it's hurting sprint car racing overall.
I think it is.
I disagree with Jeremy Elliott and everybody that was. I like Jeremy Elliott. Don't get me wrong, but everybody that was saying, "Oh, I think there's room for these two national series." Bullshit.
There's room in the late model world. The late model world's different.
Together.
The late model world has 45, 50 races each. They split them. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Yep. So I mean, like I said in my video yesterday, the big events for late model racing is like World 100 and these Crown Jewels, fucking USA Nationals or whatever, because these are the only races where you get to race everybody. And if you win those events, you've beat everyone in the division of late model racing. So winning those events are almost bigger than winning the championship, and that's what I was saying in my video yesterday. If you're David Gravel, you win the championship, you didn't beat everyone. And sprint car racing used to have that when it was Outlaws on top,
Definitely.
So
definitely
they don't have that anymore.
Think about it. Yeah, you think about it. You don't have High Limit. You think Tyler Courtney's running Outlaws this year? Pretty good possibility. Now Zeb Wise is tearing it up in the All-Stars. A year or two, he's an outlaw the way it used to be, man.
Right.
See these guys make it to that level, I think it's greed. I think little Johnny Appleseed, Brad Sweet.
It may be greed, but I also think it's ego, because ego and greed's the same thing, but it's also ego and okay, motherfuckers, you want to say we can't race these 12 fucking races? Well, fuck you. We'll do 50. We'll do 60.
Yeah.
Fuck you. It's that ego. That's that ego saying
that.
I
hear you.
Anyways.
If Sweet wins High Limits, what's that mean to you?
If Gravel wins, here's the problem. You're right in what you're saying, but if Gravel wins,
it goes the other way.
Exactly. If Gravel wins the Outlaw Championship, what's that mean? If you didn't beat Sweet,
yeah, it sucks, man.
It's fucked. And the Outlaws are to blame, technically, I think.
Yeah, I hear you.
They could have played nice.
But you really think they would have stuck to midweek? I don't think they do.
Dude, there was some pretty fuck yous going on attitude-wise.
I'm sure. it probably would have went to what 25, 30 races.
Well, because let's be honest, that's all that fucking
Kyle's
dirt
got to drop in for 20 grand, you know.
But that's all that Dirt Vision and the Outlaws had. They weren't beating Lucas. Lucas Oil late models were considered the better late model series. You know, we started this off with Brett Deo, you know, Short Track Super Series that kind of fucked up, you know, Super Dirt. The only thing that people were paying every week to see was the World of Outlaws on Dirt Vision.
Yeah.
And when Flo comes in there and tries to fuck that up, that's the only thing they had left. You know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's how I see it.
I hear you, buddy. I hear you.
Anyways, all right.
I guess just disappointed. One more thing before you let me go on the safety side of things. When you plant your bottom down in that car and you pull the belts tight, you know what you're facing. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't care where you are.
The only thing we should be seriously considered of protecting is the fans.
Gravel,
the fans is the only thing we should be protecting.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I love David Gravel, but I know he's a real stickler on the safety. Well, hey, go get a real job. You know,
right? Yeah. Well, Gravel's kind of a preppy little bitch. You know, I mean, he's drinking cranberry vodkas. He's not a real man.
Yeah, he came up through it right though.
Yeah, he did. His family funded a car that was worth $250,000 a year, and he got a shot.
Yep, he was almost at his end there before he got a ride.
Yeah, he's lucky. No, I still think there's probably fucking 305 drivers better than David Gravel. They just didn't have David Gravel money. I mean, imagine how lucky you have to be at 18, 19, 20 to have a family that can expend, $250,000 on racing for fun.
Yeah, but he got his breaks. I mean, the family.
He got his break. I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm saying even David Gravel is privileged. Even David Gravel is privileged.
Yeah, well, 305 drivers are more privileged than a micro guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Correct.
Yeah.
We should be rewarding success. We're not rewarding success. That's the biggest issue.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It's a microcosm.
As
much as I can get mad and say David Gravel could be, fucking Kyle Busch, well, fucking Logan Spar, little bitty 305 guy, could be David Gravel. So that's the reality of the situation.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
But anyways, I don't want to keep you up all night.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you for calling from Colorado, bitches.
I appreciate it.
The home of Sammy Swindell's car owner.
Oh yeah. I don't know much about that. That we've kind of lost everything dirt here. That one little track we have down south is kind of I don't know. It's a go-kart track.
Colorado is very desolate. Yes.
Yep. I got to travel a ways to see sprint cars, but it's all good.
Alrighty, sir.
Hey, I'll be down your way on the 20th.
Where's my way?
If you're still down in PA.
The 20th. What are you going to be here for?
My son's playing in a hockey tournament, but that don't mean we can't make it out to. I think it's Lincoln Friday for the Steve Smith 11,000 to win, and I think they race at Port or Grove. Or I got to look at the schedule again, but I got two opportunities to make a race.
You fucker.
I got two opportunities to make a race while I'm down there. I'm gonna try to make one.
Okay. All right. We may see you then.
Yeah, buddy. I'll call you again in the future.
All righty. Thank you for calling in.
Keep it real, man. See ya.
We'll try.
Oh, you do. See ya.
All right. Bye. All right. 703. We've had like 15 missed calls from 703. We're calling him back right now. If you missed this call, we're in the... Oh, God, he answered.
Hello.
Is this 703?
Yep. This is Garrett, again from Indiana.
Indiana, the home of overrated non-wing drivers.
I know you fucking hate non-wing.
No, I like non-wing. Here's my problem with non-wing. Ain't nobody, and this is why Kyle Larson might win in the Indy 500. It's the same thing. Nobody with talent's been going non-wing, man.
There's no money.
Exactly. I agree. But nobody with talents went non-wing, so how can you say you're all this badass shit when where's the talent been going? Yeah, the same thing with the IndyCar drivers. How can you tell me you got all these badass drivers? And this is why Larson could potentially win. How are you got badass oval racers? Okay, so what American oval racer has been trying to go to IndyCar racing for the last 30 years? Nobody. So you've been racing against fucking failed F1 drivers.
Yeah.
That's what the IndyCar racing series is. Right.
Or you got money behind you.
Well, and if you're a non-wing sprint car driver, you grew up in Indiana, Arizona, or Southern California. And that's it.
Yeah, if you're from California, you're trying to escape California. It's an island.
Right.
I mean,
I don't hate non-wing racing. I just think it's a little overrated. I think you could take a top third of the wing racers, put them in non-wing, and they would be right up there beating the best you have, you know?
Right, yeah. Local Indiana racing, they don't even pay $2,000 to win for a race.
Right.
Local night.
Right. So you want to risk your life? You know, I mean, look at Chris Windham, you know, in the non-wing stuff. Outside of Tyler Courtney, who's an anomaly, but look at Chris Windham, look at these other guys. Justin Grant can't make an A-main when he puts a wing on. So, I mean...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised like Brady Bacon with the 2 outlaw wins back-to-back. I wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to get to wing racing.
Well, and he grew up racing wing in the South, so...
Right. Yeah, they 360, I'm guessing, since that's...
Yeah, ASCS stuff, but winged is winged, you know, I mean...
Yeah, right.
I don't hate non-wing racing, I just think they're a little egotistical, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing with Indiana. It's... Indiana, well, with the whole Maverick thing that's coming out, I don't know if you heard about their first race at Terre Haute, but it was kind of a shit show when it came to the promoting. And
how much did Jacob Allen win by?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't there. So I didn't. I just heard from people and from track promoting and some of the race teams that it was just the
joke.
Management just wasn't good. The announcing from the tower, the radio to the drivers, they weren't telling them everything, which is a pretty big deal.
Well, and who's running that? It's like Bill Rose and Kevin Newton, the Honest Abe roofing guy, right?
Yeah, and Spiker, because a lot of those tracks are being promoted by him, and he's I don't want to say too much, but he's kind of greedy, from what I've heard.
So wannabe Todd, basically.
Yeah, so because it's the main tracks are Bloomington, Terre Haute, and I believe Lincoln Park.
So that's where Bill Rose has got some money, and obviously Bill Rose with Terre Haute.
Yeah, I don't think he's promoting it this year. He was last year.
Yeah,
because I knew Terre Haute almost
belly done.
Got shut down. Because the fair board, it was like 50-50, and they just barely got by.
Right.
I don't know how much the lease is this year, or however many more years they got left.
Well, see, and I thought one of the best wing tracks in Indiana was Gas City, and that's gone now, right? Technically, or
yep, yeah, they shut doors from what it seems like right now.
No warning either, no last race or anything, just closed.
So the last thing they were trying to get Indiana Sprint Week, they were trying to get a race in there. They had already canceled. So the beginning of the year, it started out there. They said they're going to have a full schedule, and then by March, they're like, we're only going to have 4 or 5 races, and then they're trying to just get Sprint Week in, and then now it's nothing. It's completely shut down. So.
Yeah, so that's kind of dumb. You know, you could have put a high limit race there and would have sold out. It would have been
well, the problem
because you had the COVID.
City,
the COVID year was the last real winged race there. I think was the COVID year.
The last wing race was the All-Star race.
I believe it was the COVID year.
Yeah, I guess COVID was still in effect. But the problem with that racetrack, the racing is really good. I think a lot of the promotion there has been good, but there's like hardly any seating. The grandstands are a joke. I mean, you can't fit 10,000 people. You can't even fit half of that there.
Right.
It's just, and the parking lot sucks. It's always backed up when they have big events, and it's just, they needed to upgrade. Yeah, they needed to upgrade on that place, and it never happened because I just don't think there was enough money being put into it because they weren't making probably enough to get by.
To build.
So, yeah, it's a bummer. They had all that space over in 1 and 2. They could have put a whole another set of grandstands there. They could have put another set of grandstands on the backstretch, put some walls up and some fencing, and there was no money. So that's what was going down there. So kind of sucks. But yeah, I'm on your whatever with your channel. You showed your the age group.
Right.
I'm one of your probably youngest fans because all I've been hearing all night is middle-aged men talking, and you got a 22-year-old talking to you right now.
Well,
so.
but did your parents bring you there? Was my point.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Well, that was my point in pointing that out. Is like I never became a fan of the sport because somebody came to me and gave me a free ticket. I became a fan of the sport because my parent took me there and said this was cool, and you look up to it because your parent introduces you. Like, and my point is, like, if the sport wants to become bigger, it has to promote to adults. Fuck promoting to little kids. If you promote to adults correctly, they'll bring their kids.
Right, yeah. It's weird, man, because I'm part of, I guess, the whole Gen Z Zoomer movement,
right.
And all they want to really do is either chase girls, stay inside and play video games,
or talk about Andrew Tate.
Yeah, pimping.
Right.
Yeah.
They either love girls or they hate them because they don't want them.
Right. They become incels.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah. So that's the problem, and they're just like, I try to get so many of like kids I used to go to school with, try to bring them to the race, and it's like, no, I'm either on a date or I'm just too lazy and I don't want to try something new. So it's really, really difficult to get my age group to go to the races.
But that's why I say it's about making it cool. You got to make it trendy. You got to make it hot. You got to make it something people want to do. They'll spend $600 to see Post Malone and Morgan Wallen because it's cool. You know,
they'll watch Need for Speed because it's fucking stealing shit and all that.
I'm just saying, you got to make it cool again. You can't sit back and force it down kids. You got to make it cool for the adult.
Right. Yeah, and I just think
no one's putting effort into that.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of old blood still that's in the racing. They're trying to stay with the old times, and it's like, dude, you got to move on. We're in the 21st century. We're not in the 1980s anymore, where we're dependent on just television and all that. We're obviously we're all in live streaming now, and I feel like not everybody's fully. I mean, we heard the conversation from the second to last person you talked to, and he was like, he was still talking about TV, and it's like, dude, there is no TV in sprint car racing anymore. It's all live streaming. So,
well, and the streaming does prey on those 55-year-olds. They're not preying on 22s.
All right. Yep.
You know, the responsible party in that, to me, is promoters of the sport who ain't necessarily promoting to people anymore.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, I do video stuff. I go up and down the country and videoing these races, and that's basically promotion for the racetrack.
Right,
like
and the tracks will pay you to be there because they don't even know, they don't want to fucking do it. They're lazy.
Right. Yep.
Come on now. You got 500,000 people here, 1 million people here. You're in the Indiana Metroplex. I can only imagine probably 2 million. And you're complaining you can't get fucking 2,000 of 2 million.
Yeah, that whole nightclub thing you were talking about. Yeah, I don't know why they don't just go down to the city and start handing out flyers or
Right.
something.
Why
and
is Danny
being like,
Dietrich's car not staged outside of a nightclub on a Thursday night, and he's there as a featured member or something? You know,
Right.
where's the innovation? Nope. Flow and dirt vision's why you can't succeed. You fucking lazy bitches.
Yeah, when you like put like a sprint car like in the wherever the
Where the fucking
square
where they
is in
check
the
your
city
fucking
and
ID? Just put it there at the door. Like fuck.
Yeah.
Have
or
a
like
cardboard
with
cutout of Danny Dietrich as you walk in, and then Danny Dietrich's in the fucking building. Somebody who don't know what it is, they're like, "Oh wait, that's the dude I just saw at the fucking front of the door. Oh my god, who is this?"
put it on the TVs, like you said, at Hooters and
Yeah,
strip
Flow.
clubs or whatever place you're at. Yeah.
That's the issue with these streaming companies, and I've had this message with Rigsby, who is VP or whatever of Flow. If you got all this power and all this money, why don't you go into fucking, Buffalo Wild Wings or these chain restaurants, striking a deal to where one TV is dedicated to your sport? Just one. And Flow Sports would be the best opportunity because you could have, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you could do fucking wrestling or any of the other things you got. And then Friday, Saturday night, it's a fucking sprint car race or a dirt track race or a Lucas race. I just don't understand, the lack. Everybody says they love the sport, but they don't have any effort that shows me they do.
Dude, I shit you not. We were watching the Chili Bowl like, a couple of years ago at like one of those like barbecue places, bar and grill, and we had the Chili Bowl up because we had recommended that we wanted to watch it on the TV because it was during that time, and there were literally people who that were watching like football or baseball or basketball, and they all of a sudden looked at our TV that we were watching. They're like, "What's that?" And it's like, "Oh, it's midget racing," and they're like, "Wow, that looks really cool."
I feel
And
like
we're,
none
like,
of these
telling them all
people have
about it.
ever went to regular people and tried to introduce it to them. They keep saying, "Oh, well, you can't force racing down people's throat." Motherfucker, you're not even giving them a chance, because I've been out there with real people giving them a chance, and they get attuned to it. They think it's cool. They think it's different. They think it's awesome. And this is back to the NASCAR thing. It's like, the public is force-fed fucking NASCAR, man. They don't want to eat it. And Kenny Wallace and all these fucking bitches can say, "Oh, well, dirt fans are poor." Dirt fans are paying $350 to Dirt Vision and $150 to fucking Flow to watch fucking dirt. You can't even get these dirt fans to watch NASCAR for free.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? They're paying to even just view it. And we're not even trying to reach the people you're talking about. And see, that's the issue. But I think there's a bigger conglomerate involved here. I think the bigger conglomerate, and maybe the video is different, and maybe don't want me to say this, and if I get killed, I didn't do it. I'm happy. I don't want to commit suicide. I am out of a relationship, but I'm fine.
Yep.
Gambling.
With the Boeing thing.
Gambling.
Yeah. Yeah, they could move money.
Yeah. They already talk about fixing horse races with fucking animals. When you got mechanical fucking horses, and I had an interview with Jeremy Mayfield. I brought this up, the fucking feed cut. They cut the fucking feed on the shit. When you could fix a fucking race with mechanical horses?
Yeah, put sprint cars out on the Kentucky Derby where they race at, or Silver Crown or whatever.
Oh, but that's the problem, buddy. You can't control little fucking Danny Dietrich rolling up. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not a victim of the system. Everything in NASCAR is dependent on funding. OEM manufacturers, this, that, and the other, to even be at the front of the field, to fuck with the fucking betting odds.
Right.
You can't do that with dirt racing right now. You can't do it. There's too many little men involved.
Right now, though, that could change.
I just don't think it's ever going to get
racetracks.
Yeah, I just don't think it's ever going to get pushed like we're talking about. I think once you start pushing that far, you meet a fucking wall, and that wall is what we're talking about. The John Wicks. People like to make. I joke with people all the time. I say, John Wick's real, right? And they just laugh. No. John Wick is real.
Oh yeah, they're out there.
That's out there. You know, so it's like when you start fucking with John Wick money.
John Wick come after you.
And if you don't do what John Wick says, bye.
Yeah, you end up, someone finds your body in a truck.
You're on the Clinton hit list. All of a sudden, you were depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'd be very interesting to see what would happen, because you've mentioned this before. Someone like Feld Entertainment, or someone who's got a shit ton of money.
Yeah, Feld, yeah.
And they bring it into sprint car racing.
Yeah.
Whoever is not a part of Feld by the end of it, you are FUCKED fucked.
But you know who owns Feld, right?
No, not exactly, but they got
Disney.
a shit ton of money. Well then, yeah.
Yeah,
and
you
you're
know
really
who owns
fucked.
Disney, right? BlackRock.
The upper 1%.
Back to the real leader, and you know who BlackRock talks to? They might talk to John Wick. You gonna fuck with John Wick's money?
No.
Exactly. And BlackRock obviously owns percentages in General Motors, owns percentages in Toyota, owns percentage. This is why when I see some of these OEM manufacturer battles between like, now I was gonna say between like Ford, Chevy, and Toyota. If you go look at their investors, they're all the same. They all own them. This is why I make fun of like CNN and Fox News. When you go and look at the investors, they all own them all. That's why I joke and call politics like WWE, and these fucking Trumps and shit are all actors. Is because it's when you go look at their fucking investors of who's making the show happen, it's all the same fucking people. It's Vince McMahon. You know, they're owning the fucking stage. You know, and if you step out of line, you know, you're RFK. And I honestly, I think RFK's controlled. I mean, you look into Joe Rogan, he's controlled. You look into all these people, they're controlled. You know, it's pretty sad to see that the stage that we all view, believe, and trust is such a fucking falsity, and people will die in their belief. You know, you get with the hardcore Trumpinite or the people who are full gone. I call them Trump tards. You know, I mean, it's like if you try to question what this man says, you are the fucking Antichrist. You know, I mean, these people will die to protect it. That's scary. That's Nazism. That's fascism. That is next level fucking psyop, man.
Well, you're just trying to get society to fight among one another.
Right. It's all about the sides. Dude, Trump, or when I see Trump and Biden, I see Stone Cold and Triple H. They're still going in the fucking locker room and playing the side. They're having coffee together. I don't understand it, man.
Yeah, pay attention to them so that the people up above can run off with all the money.
Right. You look at this fucking shit right now with like Israel and Palestine. First of all, nobody knows a fucking ounce of what Israel's done to Palestine or what Palestine's done to Israel. Mossad, which when I say the word Mossad, nobody even knows what that means. That's the first fucking problem. If you don't know what Mossad is, you're a fucking idiot. Regardless, I mean, you go look at what's happened on both sides. You people are fucking stupid. My ex-girlfriend sent me a video of some people chanting USA on a college campus. I sent her a message back. I said, if I was trying to teach you fucking anything, I was trying to teach you to not listen to these fucking TV screens. If you go look at what happened while they're talking about this Mossad and fucking Israel and Palestine deal, they're signing fucking billions of dollars just away in Congress right now. It's all a fucking joke. Exactly, same fucking thing,
with the drug money.
They just fucking put this Biden topic out or Trump topic out or fucking Ukraine or fuck, like you said, like fucking Palestine. They put it all out while in the background. What are they doing in Congress? Oh, wow. 60 fucking billions just gone now? Oh, I didn't know about that. Are you fucking kidding me?
And you
people are that fucking stupid. Come on, man.
They got bills that can be passed at any given moment that have nothing written on them yet.
And I don't know who confused the populace with government money not being your money. But when they say government money, that's your fucking money.
Right.
When they said everybody was getting $600 every week from COVID from the government, they weren't getting it from the government. They were getting it from you. When they were debating, and this is, I like to make this point, and maybe some people need to hear it. When they were debating prior to COVID in the presidential elections about Social Security going dry, we got to figure out a way to fix Social Security. And then you have a virus that comes out and kills the old people that were drawing Social Security. And then ever since then, we ain't heard a debate about Social Security, have we? We ain't heard nobody talk about it no more because the problem was fixed.
I think it was man-made. I still do.
What disease in history has killed old people but not babies? The most susceptible are supposed to be the infantile, which would be the infants and the old people. And somehow a disease came out that only killed people who were drawing Social Security, but the young people who were going to feed the system in taxes and revenue, they survived. How does that happen, sir? How does that happen? Tell me. That's not natural. But we're still worried about Biden. No. We ain't worried about figuring that out. We're worried about mail-in voting. Fucking
cast your
idiots.
vote. Your vote counts for something. At least that's what you think.
Yeah. Well, and I've made this joke for a long time, but it's fucking true. You look at the history of the world, and I look at America like this, to be honest with you. You look at the history of the world was based on monarchies, which people don't know what that is. We're a very dumb fucking society, by the way. The American public's very fucking dumb. Monarchy is a word they never heard of before in their life when the racing world is run by a monarchy. But regardless, monarchies are families, right? Correct. Kings, queens, last names, right? Last names. So say Kyle Larson and Brad Sweet take over High Limit, right? And in 10 or 15 years, sprint car race, say they take over sprint car racing.
Kids are going to show up.
But here's the deal. If in 10 or 15 years sprint car racing starts to fail, you can blame the Larson or the Sweet family, right? Because they're the ones running it. They're the monarchy. They're the king. They're the queen. You know?
Yeah, Owen's going to have to hide.
Right. All the bums, all the losers, whatever they want to call us down here in the slave class, is what I call us as people in the regular world. We can identify an enemy at that point. We can say, okay, if your last name's Larson or your last name's Sweet, we just have to overtake you and overthrow you. And if we take you over, then we can fix it. I think that the kings and the queens of human society realize with America that all we have to do is create the illusion of a leader and an illusion of change. And we can sit in the backgrounds as the directors of the movie and never be blamed. We just sit back. We put these fucking guys out in the front four of the situation every 4 years. And we give the illusion of change as the actual... I believe there's a king and I believe there's a pharaoh, better word for him, a pharaoh of America. And this pharaoh, this ruler of America, sits in the background as they just give the illusion, the act, the Shakespeare and Romeo, that there is a change. And there's never a fucking change. They just have to sit back in the background and continue to rule as somebody else takes the fall. And the exchange in that fall is to go down in history. This is Illuminati shit. This is Babylon. The exchange is, if you do this, if you become president, you get to go down in history. You'll be famous. You'll be back to Illuminati shit. You know, you'll be the king. You'll be the ruler in the public.
You'll be part of the club.
Right. You'll be in the club. You don't run the club. I've always said a president is a front desk receptionist to the bar. You know,
you have your little name in the corner in the credits.
Right. You'll go down as the ruler of the world. You or Trump. You made this big deal. January 6th, this is all going down in history. Just fucking take your chip while we actually rule the fucking world. And people could say that that's like inhumane and shit, but I don't know how much they've studied Native Americans. But the Mayans did this shit. You know, they were sacrificing people. They knew all about, the
eclipse.
The eclipse, exactly. They were sacrificing 20,000 people a day, saying that God was the reason, or this bloodbath, this sacrifice is because of the eclipse, but they actually knew that it was the eclipse. They just manipulated the population to kill them for fun. You know, it's like, what the fuck? If they will go to that degree, what would they go to? You know, and that's ancient.
Shit, they're still doing it with the solar eclipse that just happened earlier this year. They're like, oh yeah, the world's going to come to an end. It's like, yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
Same thing with 2012 when they said the world was going to end. It's just one of the religious calendars that are coming to an end or something like that.
Anything they can tell you to keep you from figuring them out. Because if us as the populace actually knew somebody was ruling it and fixing it all up and setting it all up, we would rebel. Just like they did to the ancestors that were the kings and the queens. We overthrew so many monarchies throughout history. It's unbelievable. Because we actually had an enemy to identify. The enemy just got smart.
You could see them.
Right. The enemy just got smart and started hiding behind the scenes. And I don't know why.
Well, they showcased it. They showcased it to you in the Wizard of the Oz.
Yeah.
Or Wizard of Oz.
There's too many fucking Masonic symbols, which I guess Masons are cool, but I feel like Masons are just like, that's what they call themselves to be able to deal with their own fucking guilt. You know? We're giving you clues instead of telling you the truth. All right, bitch, you're still a sellout. Fuck you and your religion.
Yeah, and I guess my generation's like, you know, at least we're still alive. At least we still get to eat.
Yeah, no, and that's what it comes down to. That's why it's called slavery. You know, slaves, if you slaved in the field all day like we slave in the workforce all day, we got a place to live and food to eat. You can barely do that in today's society.
No, because everything costs too much.
Right. It's funny how you can make the slave a slave to itself. And then that's when I go back to matriarchy and misogyny when I talk about Andrew Tate and stuff like that. I try to tell these women when I run into them, I'm like, you know we live in a matriarchy. We don't live in a patriarchy. Well, what do you mean?
Right.
If you look up Cleopatra, which was the most dominant ruler of human mankind, it was a fucking woman. She was the creator, the starter. And this is why people in cosmetology know this. She was the creator of cosmetology. And she manipulated her slave class into believing in love. Because love is this natural instinct between male and female. It's something you can't get over. And she manipulated her slave class into this love idea that she created. Cleopatra created love, created, cosmetology, physical attraction. She really indoctrinated her society into it. And the slave class was so caught up in this woman loving them or this guy loving them that they stayed within their slave class for like 40 more years than they should have because they were caught up in it. So it's like, really, the thing that's holding us back right now is natural instinct of love. And that's why a lot of the, modern songs and modern things are based on male-female interaction because it's about manipulating us as a slave class to stay with as a slave. And I think that's why the younger class is all caught up in it. I think that's why they put Andrew Tate out there, is to get you to hate man versus woman because it's really devil versus God because as long as they can manipulate you to hate, once they get you to the point that you hate your own kind, just the natural male-female deal, that's when they really got you. And it'll take 2 or 3 generations to get over it. That's what I think. Andrew Tate's a plant. All these people are plants. I mean, it's unfortunate that's how they played the game. But
yeah, and then, you look at how many women come in who are giving birth and you realize there's no guy there next to them, and you realize 40% of the women who give birth, they have to take care of it by themselves, and now it's a one-parent household, and then
that's when the government steps in and tells you what's right or wrong.
Yeah.
I will say this about transgenderism, though. It is protecting us from less, Buffalo Bills, if I would say that. We have less, here's what I'm saying. We have less serial killers. Because if you think about serial killers in a traditional sense, they always had a sick mind. They always thought they were a male or a female. Like in Silence of the Lambs, it was a guy who wanted to be a girl, and he was killing and skinning girls to look like a female because it wasn't accepted. He had to be like closeted in his sick thoughts.
Yeah.
That's the one benefit to transgenderism. At least they're making it kind of mainstream so that these people ain't fucking killing people and skinning them to make themselves look like another gender. It is kind of saving us in that aspect to where these people who do think, I do believe that believing that you're a male or female is kind of a sickness. If you're born a male and you're not okay with your body, you're in a severe depression in a way. You hate yourself so much that you don't want to accept what you are. And traditionally, those became the serial killers. Traditionally, those were the people who did insane things. And at least...
but
go ahead.
There's still girls that are getting raped because the whole... I think society now today with the younger generation, at least from what I've seen with Gen Z, is girls are going after the bad boys, and
right, but they're going after the bad boys. I'm simply saying, but I know what you're saying, but at the same time, there traditionally was guys that girls didn't go after. That was the bad guys that were hot or whatever. These guys who were like not attractive and hated themselves so much, traditionally they would commit serial murders. Like this is real.
Yeah, I see.
And that's what I'm saying. Like the people who believe that they're non-binary and they're being accepted publicly, the only positive in that is these are serial killers who are not enacting. That's really what it is. Like, I don't know who needs to hear that, but these are serial killers who traditionally would feel so shamed that they would hate themselves to the point they either killed themselves or they started serial killing.
Well, when
that's
you're
what I
talking to the
believe.
Racing world, when you're talking to the racing world, they're like, "Oh my God, no, there can only be two genders," and fuck what you think about trans and so.
Technically, there is only two genders. I'm not saying there isn't. Technically, there is, but I'm saying these people who hate themselves enough to not be comfortable in their own skin, traditionally became a serial killer and started skinning women to look another way. Whereas in today's society, there's this non-binary thing that is preventing serial killers from happening. These people are mentally deranged. If you're born a male or a female and you don't like yourself that much, you have a mental illness. I'm sorry. That's what I believe. I also believe that those people in historical references who hated themselves that much became serial killers. They would kill people and do really bad things because they hated their lives. They hated themselves. It's an insecurity deal. But I do think that women are crazier than that, but that's why they got, cosmetology to fix that shit. So maybe I should be praising Cleopatra because she's got them worried about how they look more so than like cutting balls off and throwing them in the bushes. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange.
You believe in two genders? Correct?
Yeah.
You could say no. You could say no. This is the Chaz. This ain't no fucking dirt track. Fuck you, do. I mean, I can have my view. You can have yours as well.
If you got a dick, you're a male, and if you got a tits and a black hole, you're a female.
Right. And if you don't like that, traditionally you really hated yourself and you would enact on that hatred. You would become mad. You would become bitter. And that's what I'm saying is the only positive to this non-binary deal is it's saving us from serial killers. Seriously.
Yeah, because it's like, I guess we're looking at it from outside perspective.
It's the ultimate self-hatred.
Because we don't have those feelings, like how a person who hates their gender and wants to be transgender. I don't know how that feels physically or mentally because I don't think that way. So,
and the females who become male, they think it's so great. They get over there, they hate it, and then they end up committing suicide. Most of the research I've found, The ones who end up
Yeah,
sticking it
that's
out,
right.
the ones who end up sticking it out are these men, right? Who want to be female, and they get into their bathrooms and they get into their areas. The fucking serial killers. These men who are acting like women are fucking serial killers, dude. I'm telling you. These are serial killers not enacting. And they're getting close to enacting. Apparently, they're infiltrating the fucking elementary schools and trying to indoctrinate and going after little boys and girls. These are serial killers. Now, there is a deal against masculinity because I think most men, when they recognize this traditionally, they fucking kill them because they know what's coming next. You know, and that's why they say men are more logical, females are more emotional. Men are like, okay, this guy's fucking crazy. Kill him off. Just at the barbaric level. Whereas females are like, what's wrong with him? Let's figure it out. And that's how we get to where we are today. You know, so maybe it's working, though. Maybe it's working. You know, let's figure him out and, you know, calm him down and let them say that they're a girl when they're really a guy and they can go have a talk or two. We'll all straighten it out at home. But I honestly think these men who are becoming females and trying to act like it are serial killers not killing. That's really what I think.
Yeah, it's weird because you just said like they become trans and they change their gender, and then it's like you said, they kill themselves later on. It's like,
well, the females do.
Like,
the female traditionally in the trans community, the females who go male, they think it's this big fucking empowerment deal. They get over here and they're like, oh fuck, this is horrible. Welcome to the fucking manhood. But the men who go to femalehood, though, those are the ones that stick around and kind of implement all this shit.
Yeah, that's weird. Because I have heard of that and looked that up before. Where like a lot of people commit suicide.
It's usually the females who go male. It's rarely the males who go female because those motherfuckers, see, over here on the male side of things, we got this thing called logic. And when we see a fucking male doing shit, we see it from a logical perspective. And we're seeing a fucking something ain't right.
Yeah, they'll never.
I could sit here as a logic. Here's what I'm saying. I could sit here as a logical male and see a female thinking that this male side's cool and trying it out and being like, oh my God, this is horrible, and killing themselves. I could see that. You know, they think it's so great. It's not, motherfuckers. Surprise. But I can't really see a fucking male going female. You know what I'm saying? Like, and thinking it's going to be okay. You know, it's different. You know, we come from this.
Yeah.
I explained it to my ex-girlfriend. I said, you gotta look at this shit from the you gotta look at it from the male domain. In this male domain, it's a little different. You know, back to guys who are friends with girls and shit. Like, no. In this male domain, we're hunters. You know, we're after something.
We're side by side. We're not looking towards one another. We're standing shoulder to shoulder.
Right.
Kind of like an arm.
Right.
Whereas women, they kind of point their bodies towards one another and communicate and talk in a
discuss
way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there is a lack in society in that aspect to where men don't communicate enough. We're too hard. And it doesn't. We're not able to keep up with the woman. This is why we're easily manipulated. And I do believe that women are more advanced in manipulation. You think about it in a historical sense. You know, men we're better at throwing a football or driving a race car because we were fucking throwing spears at fucking hogs and shit. Right. You know, whereas women, I think, are more advanced on manipulation because what were they doing while we were out here throwing spears? Oh, they were raising humans. They were controlling little kids and telling them how to do and what to act and how to... They had skills that were more advanced in getting little people or getting humans to do what they wanted them to do for their own benefits. So I do think that women are more skilled in manipulation. I think men are more skilled in logic. I think this is why women are more skilled in manipulation and emotion, because they can use emotion to get what they want, because that's their power. They've never been physically dominant. We have. So we're more better in the logic sense. Everybody kind of admits this. They're more advanced in the emotional sense. But this is also why I say a fucking woman who's going to become transgender and kill herself makes kind of sense to me, because you were thinking too emotional. But a fucking man who becomes emotional to that degree is kind of fucked off. But I do think we're lacking and we are vulnerable to manipulation because we are not emotional enough to control our own emotions, if that makes sense. We're too vulnerable to other things outside of ourselves to control our actions. Because at the end of the day, our power is our mentality. We are not the dominant species on Earth because we're stronger than a fucking bear, or faster than a cheetah. We're fucking smarter, correct. And this is why I say we're in a matriarchy. Because whatever controls the decision-making of a human is the ruler. And it seems like in today's society, the female controls how we feel and think. Therefore, even in an Andrew Tate sense, he says, go make all this money and do all this shit. Why are you doing that? Oh, you're doing that to get the woman, right? Okay, so then the woman is dictating your actions. So that means you're in a matriarchy. The power structure is based on femininity and the acceptance of a female.
So you think a female is running this whole bitch, running the world?
Cleopatra ain't died.
Yeah, her family still continues on, probably.
And the fucking David Icke goes into this really well, but I don't know if you know who that is.
No, but so do you think? I was thinking, like, with the 40% of women who give birth who have no father, and the child is raised in, like, with no father or a stepfather.
System loves that.
Do you think that? What?
The system loves that because now it can control both sides of the aisle.
Right.
It can control.
Do you think that?
Go ahead.
So do you think that, like, say if the woman gives birth to a male, a boy, and he only has a mother who's blood related and doesn't
who's the
idea.
So you're talking about influence. Who's the male influencer? It's whoever the fucking system puts out in front of them. This is what's happened to the black community for about 25 years. People can talk about systematic racism like it don't occur, but it's very real.
That's what I was going to try to put that in.
Systematic racism is very real because they took the black father out of the household by destroying the factory jobs. You can go research this. It's not like science. It's not rocket science. This is real. They took a lot of the fucking male black jobs out with automation, which is why fucking automation is the big enemy of all. But they took the male example out and they replaced it with Tupac. They replaced it with Ice Cube. They replaced it with these negative influencers that, and once again, we are still an evolved version of monkeys, and monkeys do act what they see. It is monkey see, monkey do, and that isn't a black deal or a white deal. That's all of us, So if we back to Larson and fucking Cole Trickle, like, people want to be the sprint car driver in NASCAR because of the influence of what we saw, and even with a male figure in the household, that iconic viewpoint can trump that.
Because you don't have the male figure or some, like, dominant person in your family.
What is the dominant male figure?
What's the next thing?
It's not necessarily if a male figure is there. What is the king of the domain? We want to act like a king because it is in our genetics to be a ruler. We want to dominate. We are males. We want to conquer. So if we see something out there conquering or dominating more than our own dad, we want to try to emulate that because that is the emulation of success. This is also why Andrew Tate dominates, because we have been injected with materialism to the point that we want to become that. We want to be whatever is dominant, whether that's our daddy or Andrew Tate or fucking Trump or whatever, or rapper or whatever. We want to have, and it goes back to what I'm saying. This is why I still call it matriarchy. We want all women. That's the goal. Because the person who conquers all the women is able to spread their seed more than everyone else.
Look at Genghis Khan.
Right, exactly.
He was like one of the most offspring ever in like history, I guess, or something like that.
Exactly.
That's
a
wild
the goal. So whatever that is, we're going to attempt to be, whether we have a father or not.
Yeah, that's why I guess all these sprint car drivers, their daddy is Kyle Larson because they want to go out to lunch, like you say.
Like I say, exactly. That's exactly why I say that. They'd rather go to lunch with Kyle than kick his ass because they want to be like him.
And if Kyle Larson doesn't win, then the car must be off.
Well, and that's when it comes down to perception more so than perspective. Because in the perception, Kyle Larson's this big badass sumbitch, but in perception, he's little. You know, that's how they get us in our little sectors. That was the funny thing about the movie Hunger Games. Oh, we're so good.
Oh, I think that's how
we're all in sectors. We're all in sectors. We're all in sectors of society, whether that's white male, black male, racing world, basketball world, football world. We're all in these fucking sectors, and they got their leaders of each sector.
Right. Like with the states too, you got borders around you and all shit. I think that when you look at a state and you look, it basically, to me, it's like a state, the border of a state is the fencing, and the people in it are the cattle.
Well, or you could look at it like, you know, Alex Jones says, prison planet. You ain't getting out.
Right.
You're in the same fucking domain. You know, and they run it.
And they put you in the factory where you're either, I guess, I don't know how to exactly, I don't know if it's a very good comparison, but milking the cow, but I guess you could say in the same sense, whipping the human, if that makes sense, to working it basically, whatever the cow or whatever the pig
the
or sheep
cow
does, whatever it does to get the resources for the person who owns it, basically.
Like I said, COVID was the first disease in history where the infants were immune and the elderly were dead. Just so happens there was this fucking Social Security issue where old people were drawing too much money. Who feeds Social Security? Tax revenue. Who is the future of tax revenue? Babies. Babies are the future. Yes, the crop. There were too many old leaves hanging around. And
they weren't producing money.
And somehow these fucking Trump people sit here and tell me, oh, they bring up COVID. I'm like, I swear I heard Trump say that he was Operation Warp Speed and made the fucking vaccine happen. And they sit here and they say to me, well, he had to do that because the Democrats were forcing his hand. And like, they're in the fucking room with these people. Like, what are you talking about? You're making all of this up. You understand this, right? There's never been a fucking post or a video or anything out there that says Trump had his hand forced to make a vaccine for COVID. You're making this up in your own fucking head. And see, that's when I think that politics has become the new religion. You know, for some people, back and forth, the Democrats are the devil. The fucking,
you can make anything into a new religion.
The Republicans are the fucking God, and Trump is a saint sent from God or something. You know, it's like, come on, why are y'all buying this? I can't shut up. I'm talking about right now. There's probably people unsubscribing right now. That's fine. But it's like, how can you buy such a fucking shitty show? How can you buy it? Are you not that smart? You're the smartest fucking thing God, the real God, actually ever made. You know, think with that fucking thing he gave you. You know, it's like, come on.
Right, and it's like half the kids now, they don't really even know what's going on in office. So it's like, all right, now what's the next thing that we can make that can be a god? Kyle Larson, Tupac, Taylor Swift,
Tekashi 6ix9ine, name them. Patrick Mahomes,
Yeah.
name them.
Whatever we can get for you to worship, idolize, and
materialism. And that's why I say it goes back to the woman. Why do you want to be Patrick Mahomes? Hold on. Why do you, let me be honest with you. If Taylor Swift was walking down the street, is she anything impressive? Average body.
Not in my eyes.
6'1", fucking B cup titties, flat ass. Let's be honest about it.
If she breaks up with you, she's gonna write a song about you.
Okay. But I'm just saying, if she's not Taylor Swift, what physically is appealing? There's nothing really there. She looks like a worm that didn't get out of the fucking wrapper. I'm just saying. Like, my point here in saying that is, like, this is the proof of the manipulation of, and this is why patriarchy is so pushed now. I think that patriarchy is pushed because matriarchy is actually the silent assassin. Back to the same thing with the kings and the fucking presidency. You know, whatever's being pushed to you, I was trying to tell the ex once again, whatever's being pushed to you, see what the opposite is and see how that side is benefiting. You know, what is that opposite side actually? When they're pushing fucking Israel and Palestine, okay, who's pushing that? American media. Okay, American media is owned by these entities. Okay, who do these entities own? Are they making money on this entity? Think with this fucking mind that God gave you. It's really easy to figure this shit out, man. It's not hard. That's what pisses me off. That's why I can't let it go. I could sit here and fucking bite the devil's apple and just play along. Oh, yeah, Trump, let's go, or fucking Taylor Swift or whatever. But I just look at this shit from a logical perspective. And I just see a bunch of people, sheep-fed fucking cunts. When I hear these people say, I'm the black sheep of the family, I'm like, what the fuck? You're still a fucking sheep. Don't matter what color you are.
Yeah. The trans or multicolor, rainbow, lesbian, and gays. So you're still a sheep at the end of the day.
I almost think that that's almost like sarcasm to what's happening. So...
Yep, it's I think the only way that it's gonna work is if, and it's got to be a big organization where it's like, kind of, because it's like, who teaches this stuff, say, in school? But then it's like, all right, then who owns the school? Who has control of the school and everything? And it's like the same people who run the world, and all of your money, all the tax money is going into school, and they ain't teaching the kids shit. They're fucking...
Well, and Cody already just asked if I was drunk. I ain't hitting gravity bongs with a torchlight. Everybody's been hearing it. But anyways, I do want to say, in the way that you're talking, it's like, I made this point the other day. You know, there was, you know, Ice Cube, which people listened to because he was pushed early in the 90s. He came out and said that the prison industry is pushed by the record labels. The record labels of rap own a portion of the prison industry, and they're pushing this, you know, kind of combative nonsense to try to get black people to support crime so that they go to the prison industry to make the prison industry money. It's a business. He was exposing this. And I was like, okay, so if that's how that works, I'm not going to be stupid like a fucking monkey and sit here and think, okay, that's only happening to black people and not white people too. And I started thinking about it, and I was like, hold on. What are white people known for? You know, when you go talk to the black women, which I have, they're like, oh, white boys are too emotional. Y'all are too emotional. Y'all get too passionate about shit. Y'all flip out. And I'm like, okay. So that's where our trigger's at. You know, okay, let's see this. Okay, so then I start analyzing country music, which is the number one music form of, I would say, the white community. What's it pushing on?
I thought maybe rock. I thought rock would be.
What rock band is popular? Can you name one? There's not one. So I'm talking about modern times. For you, okay, you're 22. Who is it?
Well, I don't listen to rap. So I'm not. Yeah.
What are you
most of the
listening
kids
to
my
then?
age.
It's fucking Morgan Wallen. It's fucking
I
all this.
listen.
It's Post Malone. What I mean by this is like when you listen to the community of the rock or just country. Let's just say most white people listen to country music, the modern country. Morgan Wallen, all this shit. It's when you listen to the country radios, it's talking about getting drunk. It's talking about losing a woman or gaining a woman. It's talking about it's talking about getting around on your girl or getting around on your guy. It's talking about all these emotional situations where a guy may flip his fucking shit. If you're highly emotional and somebody's fucking your chick or trying to move it on your girl, or you're the guy I should be with, or she's the girl I should be with, you may be triggered
that's
by
all
that.
the genres.
Right, and I
That's
was
all
with
the genres.
but it's mainly in country music's always sad and depressing. And I was with the cop when I said this. I said, "Let me ask you something. Is most of your interactions with the white community domestic violence based?" And he said, "Thinking about it, that's actually right. It's always having to do with a woman." And I go, "Oh, okay." So if Ice Cube's telling me that the gangsters are fighting over what they're pushing, which is, money and bitches and hoes, if and their crime is, violent acts and fighting this and fighting that in their domain, so if the white male community their crime is based on domestic violence and issues and that sort, that kind of makes sense that the music that's being pushed to them is in the same kind of way. It's influencing that emotional reaction. It's influencing, somebody just said, Chris Stapleton, it's influencing you to get drunk on Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey's one song, so you get all drunk, you're all happy, and then it brings up some girl who left you. Or it brings up some guy who needs to take your girl.
And they're all things that lead to depression, because alcohol leads to depression, drugs lead to depression.
Exactly, and then you have an actual physical representation of what's happening in that song, and now you get mad. What happens when you're drunk? You're sad. You either fall lower or you rise higher. And what is the white man? Highly emotional. You're going to fight to the death. It works the same fucking way, man. It's doing the same fucking thing. It's playing us too. Just because Ice Cube says it's happening to the black community, don't mean it's not happening to you. So.
Well, I guess I'm not part of the majority because I don't drink, I don't do drugs, and I chase sprint cars. I don't chase girls, I guess. So.
Well, is sprint car racing a drug?
Yeah, I guess you could say it that way, but I don't have it to where it goes out of control where I go dead broke chasing sprint cars. I keep it to
You're
where
not the Chaz,
Yeah, well, I still travel the country kind of like you do. I've been to California. I'm now living over here in Virginia, even though I've lived in Indiana most of my life. So that's why
Langley.
Langley. I'm mainly based out of Indiana, but I'm in Virginia right now, and I've been going to PA races this year. I've only been to about 6 of them. I went to Lincoln, Williams Grove opener, Port, and it's been all right racing, mostly day racing. Went to Hagerstown, that's in Maryland.
Interesting track. That's a big track.
Yeah, 305s. I don't think 305s work too well with.
Oh no, that's
with
too big for
racetracks like that. That's the problem. I wish there's at least a couple more quarter-mile tracks out in PA. It seems to be mostly big 3/8 to half miles out here, because it's down here in Virginia, mainly Southern Virginia, because I'm up here towards DC. A lot of late model racing, so you're starting to head towards the south, because I know like in Carolinas there's a lot of late model racing. So it's but yeah, it's been raining a lot here, if you haven't noticed, out here on the East Coast. So, but yeah. Arnett, you still there? Nope, he's not there.
We're coming.
Okay.
That's what she said. We're coming. Anyway, yeah, I heard everything you said. Yeah, late model. That's what I like Path Valley a lot. So, it's kind of like the only short track. It to me, it's the only short track I've seen in this area of the country, to be honest.
But don't they? Yeah. So, do they run 305s there?
Yeah, they do. They run the World Outlaw Late Models will be there next Sunday.
Oh, nice. I was gonna go watch the Lucas Oil late models. They went to Georgetown and Port Royal, and they got rained out of Hagerstown. But I had to get surgery, so that didn't really work out. But yeah, that would have been pretty cool.
Yeah, well, World Outlaw Late Models, I believe, is doing a swing. I don't know where they're all going, but I do know the May the 19th. They're going to be at Port Royal or Path Valley. Sorry.
Yeah, because isn't I know Port they trade off. So like 1 week it's sprint cars, and then the other week they have late models.
Yeah.
I think like Western PA's got a pretty big late model scene, don't they?
They do.
Over in like Lernerville.
They do.
Area.
I mean, like you said, the late models are big around here. It's just like if it's not a 410 sprint car, they don't even care.
Yeah, that's weird because like I like all types of racing. I've definitely gained more respect these last couple of years with like late model racing and modified. Like I used to just be a sprint car fan. I didn't even really care about the crate stuff, but I mean they put on pretty good racing, those modifieds and late models. So
they do.
That's what I think, and it's kind of a shame that there's, like you said, there's that wall between the late model fans and the sprint car fans, and it's
Imagine if you put those together.
I kind of understand now, like, kind of the frustration that you have that, like, why can't we all just get along?
Right. Larson was helping in that department, but
yeah, and I think even like Tyler Courtney and I think Logan Seavey.
Logan Seavey was trying to race this week in late models, but they all rained out, so.
Yeah, and then, like, I was kind of hoping, like, because Shepard, he ran a sprint car at Jacksonville, I was kind of hoping, like, maybe a McCready would run a sprint car at some point, because I know you were trying to push him to race the sprint car.
Yeah, at the million.
What happened with that deal?
He just didn't want to do it. He was scared of it. He was scared. Sprint car is something to be scared about, though.
He wanted a midget at the Chili Bowl, so it's like
that sprint car is going a little faster.
Yeah, I know, but you still got open wheel experience in some form, so it's like I know wing sprint car racing is completely different than a midget or a non-wing sprint. You don't have to back in as hard, and you're going way quicker. But yeah, what do you think about the big block? Because I know you raced them.
They're like a non-wing sprint car, but with a body on them. They're just so centric around the New York area. When you get them out of there, nobody cares.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, I know a couple of years ago they tried to get them to go to Chillicothe Atomic, and I think it got rained out.
It just didn't work. Well, they went to Eldora. It just didn't work.
Oh, they did there as well?
Yeah, it just didn't work.
Because another thing I want to talk about with the big block. So you said down in Texas they used to run big blocks with wings on them?
Back in the day, like 70s, 80s, early 90s.
Oh, they don't do that anymore?
No. They got a class, but it's nostalgia.
Oh, so like old timers?
Yeah, it's just for, people remember the heyday of when they were big, and they have a class, but it's like I said, nostalgia.
Because I'm kind of curious about the whole kind of history about Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas sprint car racing, and even just dirt track racing in general. And it seems like you've ran tracks down there, and
yes,
you know all about it.
Yes.
What's the? Because I think.
Basically, I would say in a nutshell, like sprint cars were big, modifieds were big, late models were big. But then in the 90s era, I think when dirt tracking started taking a back seat, the 90s era, when Cole took over, they started losing front gates. They started losing fans. And they then turned, like I think a lot of the country did, to IMCA style modifieds. Cheap racing, race for national championship. A lot of the big names from the bigger classes started building those cars, and that kind of took over most of the area down there. So that's why you have a lot of those IMCA modifieds and USRA or whatever, because that's kind of what happened in the 90s is people just started doing that because it was cheaper to race. It became a backgate thing,
Mm-hmm. And so because of that, I'm guessing like the sprint car racing was the most expensive, and I'm guessing that kind of took a toll as well.
Only the traditionalists sticked around, yes.
And so is that why it then went to 360 because the 410s were so expensive? And,
exactly.
Well,
and now it's went
nowadays
to
the 360 costs as much.
Thing. Yes.
Gotcha. And so, like, was it the same with the micro sprint racing? Or did that come along later?
Yeah, that came along later. Once people didn't want to spend the money, they started.
Was that like the same thing with like downgrading from a 410 sprint car? You could instead run a micro sprint.
Kind of, but you had the kid surge. So Larson started, and Larson and Gordon started making kids want to do this little track. And once a driver would get to 21 or 22, they just felt like they were old, and they just stuck doing whatever they were doing.
Right.
You had the Frank Flood era that kind of like spurred some of the big time micro racing, like Christopher Bell, bunch of these guys, they were just doing micros or midgets. Larson kind of paved the way to midgets in NASCAR, so a lot of people started doing that as well. But midget racing wasn't really big until you got up to Missouri and Tulsa. So it was either micros or almost kind of micros or bust, but not all the way.
Yeah, I'm guessing with the Chili Bowl as well, that kind of helped with midget racing in Oklahoma.
But it was only once a year,
I would think. So it like back when it first started, it didn't like help with the summer program with midgets?
Not really. I mean, Power I became more prevalent, USAC became more prevalent, and then it got bigger. But prior to that, you either did you did 360 ASCS racing. It's what really got big there in the 2000s. If you didn't do 360 racing, you were fucked. As far as the name, that's why Bell did a lot of 360 racing. Brady Bacon did as well. A bunch of your big names from the South did ASCS. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's weird because, like, with Indiana, non-wing, PA, Ohio, wing racing, same with Iowa. And so, like, you would think if something like what they call it, the Super Bowl of open wheel racing, I think is what they call it, for the Chili Bowl, you would think that there'd be a bigger program down there for the midgets. Because, like, I know Power because, like, but didn't like Power A show up in what? When did they start?
They slowly weaned their way in there. They got sued by USAC for using the phrase National Midget Tour or Series or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, USAC was very threatened by Power I. But yeah, it was
that's not the only thing they're threatened.
Yeah, it was a very long, drawn out process. But the Power I eventually got in there. USAC started making swings. You had renter rides develop with some of the more powerhouse teams that started paying to rent rides, like McIntosh and I'm trying to think of the other names, but
Keith Coons.
Yes, well, Coons was there, but McIntosh started renting from them, and now you got to where kind of have your satellite rent-a-ride teams. If you think about today's society, there's a lot of satellite rent-a-rides. You know,
Yeah, 'cause
so
didn't that start with Larson? Wasn't he like whoever that first
I mean, he
bunch?
was a rent-a-ride. He sold the rent-a-ride dream. A lot of people bought that dream, though. You know, so like your Tanner Thorsons, your Spencer Bastons, all the Logan Seavey, even to a point. You know, these guys did exactly what Larson did. They just didn't get that NASCAR dream that he kind of paved the way for.
Right, because like I remember watching old stuff back in the day, and it was like Keith Coons was more in the sprint car world in the early 2000s,
Right.
and like Kane drove it, Yaley drove it, and he always had like one or two cars, and then he switched to the midget program, and it seemed when Kyle Larson came along, that program got way bigger to where it became, instead of two cars, it became like 6 to 8 midgets
Correct.
running in the field. So that's what I saw. When
Yeah, they hit.
that
In
whole
my
thing
opinion,
went
they
down.
hit a money pot on renting these rides out because of Kyle and then Bell.
And then Kofoid. So
No, but
it seems like
Kofoid's
they've
way
always
later
had a
than
name.
that. Kofoid's way later than that. You got to think like Larson and Bell were 2014. You know, Kofoid's 2021. So I mean, you're talking about almost 10 years in between the two.
I thought
So you
Kofoid
got
was running in like
guys.
1920.
No, you got guys like Thorson, Spencer Baston, Logan Seavey in there. A lot of careers that did the same thing as Kyle, just didn't go anywhere. It was a big money maker though,
Yeah,
because they're
and
renting
also,
these
it seemed
rides
like,
out and they're not going anywhere. So
yeah, they're all coming from either Oklahoma or California, Northern California.
right.
So, yeah.
But anyways,
'cause I was
we're an
thinking-
hour and 12 minutes into this fucking thing.
Okay.
I mean, we can
yeah,
go.
you probably want to get done with the show.
We'll probably
at
do.
this
It is
rate.
3 a.m. We are 4 hours and 40 minutes into it.
All right. All right.
That was
Well,
a good one. You need to call back. You're 22. You understand.
Yep. It's good talking to you as well.
All righty, sir.
Take care.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I know there's Australia people awake. I am not going to be awake much longer. Look at this. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes. If you want more of my heart, soul, and tears, you should have sent some more super chats or something. Anyways, we are 1, 2. How many beers did you take away? Probably 4. We're only about 8 beers in, but I don't drink a lot, believe it or not. So we're feeling it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. Comment. What is it? How do I say this? Like, share the video. Click the membership button to get your name up. Let's see if we can touch it. Right there. We're holding your name. Can we swipe it across? Nope, it's not going to happen. Put the membership button. Venmo and PayPal direct support. Oh, I was going to swipe it across. Anyway, hold on. I got to see how that looks when I hit my hat. Hold on. We got to see this. Oh. Look at that hat hit. That was hilarious. He's watching the show in the background. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess we got to answer. Hello? Who is this?
Hi, my Brett.
Who?
Brett from Australia, production today.
Yeah, okay, yes. Fisher and Bella Construction has called in.
Fisher and Bella Construction.
It
very
is
profitable
3
business,
a.m.
that's correct.
What is up? I don't want you to keep me up too long, but what do you want to discuss?
Oh, no, we're just talking. I'm going back to your tracks thing. Can we go back to your tracks thing and your safety and whatever?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you saw like Lismore. You saw Gladstone. You saw a few of the tracks and how they work.
Right.
And you got your level 2s.
Right,
threes,
and I've been
your
telling them they none of these tracks over here would pass for sprint car racing.
No, they definitely wouldn't.
No, they'd be like level fucking 1 or 2. You gotta be level 4,
they
I
would
believe,
be.
for sprint cars.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure of the overall technicalities of it, but you've got to be fully contained, as you know.
For the
And
record, this
then
is the guy
it
who
will-
has the Chaz bus in Australia. So continue.
Yeah. Yes. The Australian tour bus. Yeah.
Yes. I won't forget it.
Yeah.
I'll die. When I'm on my deathbed, I'll be thinking about this bus. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I'm going to keep it for a bit, so might be able to do another tour. But anyway, that's another chat. So, you have certain levels of fencing to run certain categories.
Right.
And Lockyer Valley, where I run, that you never got to come out and see, but they've had to upgrade fencing, and you got certain dimensions for your poles for safety and everything else. And then you got to run your wire for your catch fence, which keeps everything contained, which you saw when you travelled around.
Right.
And then there's also then you've also got like a track surface. So if you're hypothetically you're a category 4 or level 4, level 5, whatever, if your surface isn't up to scratch for what drivers want, sprint cars, dirt modifieds, which you call
big blocks,
big block modifieds, yeah, late models, midgets, whatever. Yeah, then you don't get the
you
drivers
don't get to run them.
either. Yeah, because they just, if they don't like the surface, they just won't show, even though you have that status, I guess, and that insurance to run those vehicles. And then you've got if the driver wants to show up, the driver will, but they're not so governed by that. The governing is around what the track can run. But with your streaming service, we've only got one over here, as you know, being
right.
pay-per-view.
Y'all have it done right.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't denying this. I mentioned this earlier in the show. So
No, I just thought I'd give you a call, and people are still listening. Just give you a
I don't
rundown.
know. It like I said, it is 2-3 in the morning. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it is. I've been watching the clock.
This conversation is costing you $2.40 a minute, according to my deal here.
Oh, really?
You're 4 minutes
I'll pop
in.
my super chat.
You better get it in.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Yeah, we do have.
You have regulations.
I think you do need that. Yeah, and I think that's fair, and I think that's real, and I think that needs to be
implemented
for,
into the American society.
I think so. I think so, because everyone needs to be safe. Like you saw a lot of comments there about the drivers have run the risk, and it is unsafe, and they're the superheroes of the sport, 100%. Right. But they're not going to be the superheroes if shit goes wrong. So, having the level and the I guess compliance that we have to have here in Australia,
it's good.
It's
should
very
be normal.
Good. And then, but it should be. And then once you have that, if the drivers don't like the track or you got to have a certain track, as you know,
right.
a certain surface to run a sprint car, and even though you go to that level and spend the money, you won't necessarily have the drivers show up if they don't like the surface.
I agree. What time is it over there, Brett?
What time is it here on the Gold Coast?
Yes.
5 p.m.
Oh, you fucking bastard.
Yeah, you could still be going here for hours.
Shut up. All right? I'm trying to forget. Don't tell me that's the woman running her mouth.
No. Yes.
Oh my God. Are you at the pool right now?
Yes.
Oh,
you know the view.
God. She has to get a hot friend so I can get this dual citizenship. I ain't got to go back,
Yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah, maybe these are things that can be worked on.
Yes. These are things that can be worked on. All right, you're done. It is 3 a.m. I am dead. I'm dead. I'm not lying, Brett. I'm dead.
All right, you had enough?
This is worse than Lismore at the fucking horse house. The horse house, not the whorehouse. The horse house.
It was a horse, yes, like an
It was
actual
a fucking
animal,
horse. Yes, the animal, not her,
There
but
was
the
a
animal.
couple. Yeah, we're not paying by the hour here. It was real.
It was. It was scary. Oh God. Is that it though?
All right,
I made
mate, I'll
this
leave you
point.
with
I
it.
agree with you. I was saying this. So.
Yeah.
All right. Fisher and Bella Construction is out.
We are. Good on you, mate. I'll talk to you soon.
Alrighty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, mate. Bye.
We had to give Fisher and Bella Construction a little bit of our time. We couldn't sit here with all this behind us because we wouldn't even be here without Fisher and Bella Construction. I'm just saying. I'm putting it on the line here tonight. I could die any moment, but we're gonna fucking have Brett Fisher on the damn show. Now his crazy ass lady on the other side, I don't know about that, but we made it this far. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how I'm saying this. Like the video, share the video, comment below with what you think. Please subscribe. We are 5 hours. I'm going to say 5 hours into this show. This was a good one. Somebody said that Chaz is a wash up on iRacing. Hold on. Chaz is washed up on iRacing. Look at him. How you doing? This is what I'm dealing with, Brett, in America. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. I might eat. I might not. If I'm not here tomorrow, the Illuminati got me. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Catch you tomorrow. Or sometime soon. Be sure to subscribe. Oh, I'm burping. Oh, God. This is bad. Oh, wait. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jason Richards says, keep up the good work, mate. Aussie. Hey, I'm not going to ignore my super chats. $50 had me waking up. It is Australian dollars, though. But it is definitely appreciated. That's as badass as the Gimpy RSL. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. Thanks to Jason Richards for the super chat. We will catch you next time.
We can ride high, we can ride low, we can ride anywhere we need to go. We can ride all night up to the morning, as long as we make the show. We can be the